What is up, everybody? So to be clear, I don't know who did that prediction, but it's not will Fergus survive the turn, it's will Fergus survive the NP, right? So that's an interesting prediction there. Okay, hold on, let's see what happens. We don't even have a max attack up. See, it's level 7. Hold on, we need sound. That's important. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Trying to get through America so we can have fun and fight Gawain with a bunch of people at neutral and all that, but America's long, man. Yeah, I think Fergus might actually have this, because if it's just the NP, it's not that. Wait. No, I gotta play like I would play, and if I was playing this, I would do Buster NP art, because I don't think there's going to be another turn. Although this will make it slightly less likely that he'll survive the NP, but that's what I would have done, so I can't be biased here. Watch that 30% crit. Okay, no, you're good. If that had crit though, that'd have been all over. You'd have been so dead. Oh shit, he lived. Barely. So yeah, if he had crit, he would not have survived that NP. Like, no way. I don't know who came up with that prediction, but that was a good one. Hey, I'll take a hero proof. Let's see, how far are we? I think we're in like chapter 8. I don't even know what CE Billy had. It's certainly not like a meta one. It was just probably the Jolter one or something. Oh, excuse me, Finn with the gifted sub. That's weird. I didn't hear. Hold on, let me make sure my notifications are on. You should be. But yeah, thank you, Finn. I didn't see that. Oh, I see. It's Tara is continuing the gifted sub that was from Finn. Excuse me. Why did he have to make the notification so weird, man? Like, that's really specific. It could have made that a bit simple. Okay, chapter 10. All right, so we're getting there. Zerp, I think you might have a gambling problem. I'm just saying. I figure soloing is at this point faster than bringing a level 40 Asterios and all that. Yeah, some of the chapters later are pretty long. There's a few 5-arrow ones and whatnot. And there's no, later in the game, you always have at least 1 or 2 chapters here or there where there's no fighting at all, right? That is not a thing in America, so it's pretty long. And the enemies are a bit tankier than they were, you know, prior to this point. Qingong will probably not die. That's unfortunate. Watch this sick NP game. Lost Belt 5-2, as much as I like it, it is loaded with stages that aren't combat ones, but that's fine, you know, it's about quality over quantity. Very much so. I'd say the stage spam of like filler garbage is like the worst thing in this game. I'm really sad that 5.5 kind of went back to the original format, because in 5.2, you know, it was so well paced and everything, and I thought that maybe they were gonna kind of, you know, use that model moving forward, but no. I could kill 2 of them here, but that might lower the odds of Qingong dying, so I will not. I didn't really get bad feedback, but it wasn't like super hyped. People try to say that JP hated it, but that's not true. Like, when they voted on like the favorite singularities, it was among the favorites, right? It wasn't super high on the list, but you know, it's not hated, but it wasn't like the most hyped thing ever. But I think a lot of that has more to do with the story and that kind of thing, and less like the formatting of it. Let's see. These are the exact same level, so it doesn't matter which one I kill. Generally, the favorites though are Camelot and Babylonia, which I think a lot of that has to do with like how it felt at the time, and then just the story and stuff and the premise. I think people really like the premise, which I mean, I like it too, so fair enough. I like that super hand in Lost Belt 5 that drops a 5-star Ember. I think that was pretty funny. Well, if I can get a crit here, I can get a triple kill. If I do not crit, I will, at my first attack, I will not get a triple kill. Let's see, 80%, let's go. The second one might not need to crit because it'll get the extra attack. Woo! Boy, yeah, if that didn't crit, we were not killing there. Let's see, I almost want the last attack not to crit because I want to see if the extra attack can get the job done. See, when you're fighting a ghost, you just gotta punch him hard enough. People acting like they don't have physical bodies and shit. It's like, bro, you're not trying hard enough. You gotta punch it so hard its ancestors die. Which they should already be dead, but you know, you gotta kill their ghosts too, you see. Well, he landed the crit, so we'll never know. Alright, level 8 on that. Dude, I swear, if we test a bunch of units that need Anniversary Blonde, I'm going to be mad, because it's going to be level 1. I can grab Atlas, and that is fine at level 1, that won't make any difference, but yeah, Anniversary Blonde, we're going to have to level up. What are we fighting? Guess every class ever. So I used Canis, I did another Canis solo to beat the challenge quest on one of my old accounts. And I used the Yang CE that time, and it was significantly easier. I was able to kill Moriarty the second time he showed up. He just died, because he has evade, but you know, Yang CE don't give a damn, and then you're hitting so much harder. And this is what's messed up. He still had the burns from before when he came back, so the NP got the bonus damage too. And I'd already pre-put burn on Columbus, so Columbus died to the NP as well, and then I could just bust her, and then boom, he was dead. So that was like, okay, well that was easy. Like, I didn't have to go around the loop at all there. These only get one action per turn. Maybe I intentionally don't kill one, so hopefully Chin dies. And that's a level 20 Yang CE. I don't have it limit broken. I don't have it leveled up because its cap is 20. So yeah, it'd be even more brutal if. And it was nice because I didn't need RNG on like the turn where you kill Billy. It didn't matter if a crit or not. It would kill anyway and stuff like that. And I didn't need to crit on the NP turn on the first break bar of Moriarty. Like, it's so much easier. I was like, what the fuck? And because one of the burn command codes makes stars, I actually had more stars to work with. So I would do like Buster had the burn, it made 2 stars, and then the 2 quick. So I'd actually have a few more stars. So my crit chance was slightly higher, but I didn't actually need to crit as much, so. Going to not taunt and then probably regret it. Yang with Canis CB versus Moriarty. I don't think that would work out. Yeah, she would have a really hard time there. Even if she had a better CE, I don't think it would quite work out. It'd be a really tough fight for her to solo. I'm quite sure though that Romulus can solo it if he's upgraded enough. You know, he'd have to be pretty meaty, but yeah, I do think he can do it. They hit Beowulf. Game, please. I mean, if they made it curse instead of burn, ultimately it wouldn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. I mean, I guess the curse one would actually be a little bit worse because there's less curse command codes. But literally the burn thing is just completely irrelevant. Like, everyone acts like, oh, it's even better if you can use the Yang CE with somebody that already has burn. It's not, because you're still going to use burn command codes. Like, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter if the unit inherently applies burn, curse, or poison. It doesn't matter. For example, if you're using Yang and you're using the Yang CE, you want to start getting that normal card damage upgraded immediately. You don't want to wait until you've gotten burn on them through normal means. So you still want to burn command code on a normal card. Also, if magic resist procs at a bad time, you want it as backup. If you're using a curse style Yang CE, you're still going to use the curse command code. So it doesn't matter if curse is in your default kit or not. And if you're using the Yang CE and you have a burn in your default kit, it doesn't matter. You're still going to use the burn command code. So it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter which dot type it is. It doesn't matter if the unit has it or not. It's just completely irrelevant. The only relevant thing is if they have burn in their kit inherently, that's a little bit better if the enemy has incredibly high magic resist, or clears debuffs often, or something like that. Just having more ways to throw it out there, the better. But that's only against those kinds of enemies. Otherwise, it doesn't matter at all. Now, on the flip side, though, there are some situations where, like, the bonus damage on the Yang CE won't matter for the first couple of turns. Maybe you're fighting weaker trash mobs, maybe the first health bar is really low, maybe your first NP will break the first health bar, regardless of how much normal card damage you did, stuff like that. So it's not like, you know, sometimes you may not need to bring burn command codes or curse command codes or whatever, but I mean, normally you're going to, and it's just a massive safety net, so. But curse would probably be the worst version of the Yang CE, because there's only one curse command code off memory. And if that gets magic resisted, you may have to, you're going to have a bad time for at least a turn or two. So, although it would still be amazing, it's not like it would be that big of a difference, and it would still be super, super strong. But it would be slightly less strong than burn. Just because, I mean, not only are there 3 burn command codes, but they're also just good, right? Like, the 1 burn makes 2 stars. Those are pretty commonly used anyway. A lot of times you want to use star bomb command codes, regardless of the side effect. And yeah, there's a 4-star and a 3-star one, which are better, but you're not going to be crying if you're bringing it like, oh no, I have to bring a 2-star bomb command code. Like, you don't, that's like, oh hey, that's fine, right? And then you got the crit one, which sure, it's not that much crit up, but yeah, no, it's fine. It's okay to have just this card crits harder, great, and it also applies burn. And then the other one is probably the worst one, because it only applies burn, but it's a bigger burn. Right, it's a little bit more dot damage and stuff. So, although not amazing, it's still all right. And if you apply it early, it will add up in the long run. So yeah, burn is in really good shape with the CE and the command codes and everything. Unless I'm forgetting one, curse only has the demon boar one, Atlante Altars boar. That's the only curse one that I can think of. But then poison has got 3, and they're kind of weird. They're worth it because the poison units like them so much, but like, one heals the enemy, not for much, but a tiny amount. One hurts you a tiny amount. Kind of weird. I wonder why they're fucking over poison like that. And I haven't really thought about that. Why do all the burn command codes get to apply burn and then have positive effects like make stars and... that makes literally no sense. I cannot even fathom why they're doing that. I feel like it's because they added the poison ones first and they thought it was like, oh, we gotta balance this. But now I feel like they're not going to add better poison ones because, like, oh, but then we're power creeping those old ones. But yeah, it's not really fair. I mean, there's more bonuses for burn in this game right now anyway than there is poison. I will say Shoten, she is insane with poison stacking, but other than her, there's not that much going on for poison really. So that's weird that all the poison ones have like drawbacks. They hurt the unit that uses it and they heal the enemy. That kind of crap, where the burn one's all positive. Yeah, I don't really agree with that. That's kind of dumb. Yeah, they fear Robin. I guess so, but it doesn't affect Robin very much. Robin healing the enemy for like 200 or whatever is gonna have like no impact on the Robin poison thingy. So yeah, the drawbacks aren't large enough to like really scuff Robin, right? But it's just I don't know. It's just strange. I guess what they're afraid of is giving Robin effects that are good, like the star bomb, right? Like, oh, he can do poison and get a star bomb out of it, but I don't think Robin's really worth fearing. I mean, yeah, he's a great 3-star and everything, but I mean, fucking Ku exists and David exists and all this nonsense, so And at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if they buffed Robin, for God's sakes. By the way, I was actually reading some Fate Strange Fake last night, so I was talking about it so much. I think I might, maybe I didn't read like everything. I was just skimming through some of the earlier books because dude, it feels like Fate Strange Fake like started just a little while ago. The first few books were a long time ago, and I read them before I even was streaming, for God's sake. So I've forgotten a lot. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think Pale Rider's master is dying to a disease. I think her parents are just horrible. Now, obviously, the master does affect the way that NP works. Like the perception that the master has of death affects how that noble phantasm materializes. But I don't think she's dying unless I only skimmed through stuff. But I don't think she's dying. At least I wouldn't surprise me if she does die. But I guess we'll see. But maybe I'm just forgetting. I remembered yesterday that I thought she was dying to a disease, but I may be out of my mind. Yeah, watch them buff Robin's NP and he gives himself art up. That would be so big for him because everybody likes buffs like that where you buff yourself before NP damage because in the new upgraded NP does more damage and then that buff does more damage, so it's a double whammy. But Robin would get even more than that because of the way he works with buff stacking and everything. Yeah, that would just be so strong for him if he gave himself his own buff. That's like the only problem with Robin is to really start seeing that, you know, have his NP start scaling out of control. You really want buffs to be involved, and he has no self buffs, so although he still does totally really solid damage regardless. We got a link on our Discord to a PDF of the books that have been fully translated. The later books are not fully translated. There are people that have made summaries for the later books, and also translated key scenes and stuff. But like the most recent book has not been fully translated, unless it has been and I just didn't realize it. But last I looked, it had not been fully translated. But the first several have been fully translated, and quite well, thankfully. So. Yeah, I think in our general channel or something, we've got a pinned comment somewhere for the PDF for it. And if not, you can just ask somebody, I'm sure. And you can probably just Google it. I would imagine you could just Google PDF Fate Strange Fake at this point. Yeah, Moriarty is not in the best shape when it comes to NP damage. We'll get a Moriarty buff, dude. I mean, we got one. It was, dude, that one pissed me off because that's another one of those buffs that had a very minor impact on the unit, and in some circumstances did not even change anything. And he's also a unit that I super like, so that did not feel good. A lot of the units that have gotten, you know, insultingly bad buffs are units that deserve better buffs, but they're just coincidentally units I don't particularly like or I'm neutral about. But yeah, that was one where I really, really liked the unit. Now, I feel just as bad, though, for, like, Kiyohime fans and everything. You know, that's dumb how, weak that buff was. Dude, I was really surprised when William Tell... They did a round of interludes, and several of them came with buffs, and William Tell got an interlude, but he didn't get a buff. I was really surprised by that, because it's so obvious how behind he is compared to a lot of the other units and stuff. Yeah, at least he doesn't waste the stars anymore, but like sometimes you wouldn't have needed them. You may not have had any chance of critting that turn, or you've got so many stars you're gonna crit anyway. And so yeah, it can matter, it can, but I don't like buffs that can matter. I like buffs that matter, right? Like all the time. That's what I like to see, especially when it's a unit that's not particularly great, right? Like, for example, if Ku got some like quality of life update on his third skill that only helps sometimes, that's fine. Because, you know, Ku is in no, you know, he's having no issues right now. He's totally fine. But when you have units that are like, yeah, they're really not, you know, they're not comparing so good, and they don't even, like, never mind comparing to other units, they just don't perform that well against the content. Because Moriarty doesn't. He really doesn't perform that well. He doesn't perform terribly. He can certainly nuke some bosses, but yeah, it's not, a lot of times 3 stars completely outdo him, and he's a fucking 5 star, so it's not a great feeling. I like how all of these enemies only attack once per turn, so it's incredibly difficult to kill off your taunt walls, and they can all buff themselves instead of attacking. Moriarty's voice actor though is so good, man. Like I love everyone, you know, loves the original NP line, and it is amazing and is probably my favorite. But his other NP line, the one you unlock, like for getting his true name, is really good too. And just the laugh, dude. The laugh at the end of like the true name not revealed version of the NP. The laugh at the end of it is so good. Like I love it so much. But yeah, all of his voice lines are great. Yeah, I was surprised she didn't get buffed either. I truly do not understand what their criteria is for like the buffing and stuff like that. And this is how I see it. Now sometimes like who they pick for the interludes a lot of times is based on like, oh yeah, we really need to, you know, this character doesn't have an interlude yet, try to show off their character some more, right? So, you know, some of them are packaged together not based on who needs buffs, but based on who needs story, and that's fine. But when they do that, literally anyone among them that could use a buff should get a buff, right? Because they've done it where they'll put out a group of interludes, like you came out with the interludes and she did not get buffed, and then later they just buffed her. So I'm like, why didn't you just buff her then, right? Because you're just spitting in people's faces, and most buffs are just like numbers, right? They're not having to like develop new content, it's just numbers, so it's easy to do. So I'm like, yeah, if you even vaguely feel like you could probably use a buff, when you do use interlude along with everyone else's, just buff them. No one is going to complain if you put out 4 interludes and all 4 units got buffed. No one is going to complain about that, right? So if you're planning on ever buffing them, just do it then, for God's sakes, right? It's way more compact that way for one, and it's going to make people a lot less salty. Okay, we're getting ready to fight Beowulf. It's in this chapter. Yeah, it's this chapter, because I know it's over here in this prison. Probably the 4th arrow. I don't know, maybe it's like the 3rd one, but it's probably the 4th one. Canis should probably get an interlude soon, but there are several units they've kind of skipped over. Has Asclepius got one? I want to say he has. Nah, Achilles doesn't need a buff. I mean, they could buff him and it won't necessarily break the game, but he doesn't need one by any means. He performs very well. There is a segment of the player base that thinks he doesn't perform very well, which is extremely weird to me because he is one of the better performing AoE riders when you like put him to the math test, right? You just like see their value, you know, straight against each other. And then when you have an AoE rider that has to stand in as a single target rider, obviously, you know, Achilles does not do better than the best single target riders by any means, but he keeps up very well and way better than a lot of the other AoE riders because he NPs so often, he gives himself the quick up before damage, he's got, you know, the high crit damage with the crit up, and he makes stars all the time, and he's got very good survivability, and he loops no problem. So yeah, he's just very solid survivability, makes lots of stars while NPing, while critting, just a nice smooth curve. He's not like the best unit ever, but he's absolutely excellent. Like, absolutely excellent. Very easy to... When you need an AoE rider, Achilles is never going to let you down. And then a lot of times when you need a single target rider, he can still get the job done. Maybe not as smoothly as, you know, some other ones out there, but he'll still perform incredibly well. So yeah, he's excellent. Now it would not surprise me though if they buff him, just because I think they want Achilles to be like, whoa, what a good unit. Like, you know, they want Gilgamesh to obviously be a really powerful unit and stuff like that. Great hand. We got right here. But so yeah, if Achilles gets buffed down the road, I wouldn't even blink an eye at it really, but it's not necessary by any means. I don't really get why people think he's bad though. It's not a lot of people, but it's very strange to me. There are some units that just so obviously have good performance, so then people are like, oh my god, they're so pointless. It's like, what? They might buff Ozzy. That's another unit people think is out of date, which is, again, Like, dude, not only does he just do big damage, but he gives, you know, a battery to his teammates, even though he's a DPS, so that's a nice bonus. He's got utility with the NP seal and everything. Excuse me. I felt that sneeze coming on a minute ago. Anyway, yeah, I mean, just, for God's sakes, he soloed the 1.2 million dragon at neutral, right? That doesn't happen very often, right? Especially for a DPS. Generally, when people solo the dragon, it's because they're like long-term like support units that can outpace the dragon's damage output and things like that. Okay, let's see here. I tell you, my allergies have been, they're year-round, man, all the time. I wouldn't worry about Castaku getting an animation update. He's going to get one. No question, he's going to get one. Probably with Lost Belt 6, or around Lost Belt 6, because he was featured in, you know, that part of the story for the opening so heavily. Sometimes they give animation updates a bit before or a bit after, so it's not like set in stone that's absolutely when he's getting it, but it's probably when he's getting it. Watch them not give him one. That would be rough, man. He's so popular, and people have wanted it for so long, and if he's relevant in the story, boy, they would get some bad PR on that one. But I mean, they've done it before, so. Man, if only I had my NP right now. There's not even any point in me casting all this, because I could just do a... I'll kill them both in 2 Buster Chains regardless. With the style, though. Nice damage. Oh yeah, I guess we might get a Case Files rerun soon. Could definitely happen. I don't really like that event that much. Like, I like its pacing. I think the structure of how they did the missions, you know, was very smooth. It was not painful to play that event. And I do like the challenge quest, and I do like the final story boss. But that's it. Like, most of the side bosses were just way too easy to have fun with, and it was just kind of dull. The event format, totally fine with the event format. But, yeah, just too easy. And I think Gura Gura Final is just better, right? It's just they're very similar with having a good format with like how you progress and stuff, but it was just better at everything. So, and that event is coming up on NA, so I hope NA players like it, because that event was very well put together in my opinion. Yeah, Gray could use an NP upgrade, that'd be fair. I mean, you probably already can have Waver in his Candor loop. Waver makes because he's just raw battery, right? It's not that hard. You need 50%, which you can get from like an art card or, you know, whatever. So it's like maybe not the most reliable, but you can brute force that kind of thing the easiest. Or fuck, you bring 2 Wavers and you just literally give them 100% battery after NPing. That would work too. So yeah, Waver can kind of make anyone loop if you try hard enough. It's funny though, people act like that's not looping, but which is dumb, because what's the difference? What's the difference if a fellow unit gives you an NP gain skill that results in you getting more NP off attacking versus them just giving you the battery? It's still from another unit, and it's still ultimately giving you more battery. Right, so it doesn't make a difference. People try to act like though, oh, if it's not coming from, you know, hit count, it doesn't matter. It's Like, that's just stupid. That's just, like, that's a dumb technicality that has no practical implication on anything at any point. Because, again, like, Castoria giving you art up and NP gain up is outside help, just like raw battery is outside help. So it's no different. Like, either way, you're NPing back to back, so there you go. Yeah, I could see them buffing Waver, though. They probably give him a utility, I kind of feel like, though. I think they'd be more likely to buff Waver than Reigns. But who knows? Their ways are mysterious. Yeah, it's just a perception thing, and people are just dumb as bricks. Way to buff 3 times, assholes! And when I see people say, it's like, but if it's on hit, there's no RNG. But I'm like, there's no RNG in battery! Right? You get the battery! Like, hell, buff block doesn't even stop battery charges, so where buff block could stop an art up or an NP gain up. Like, there is no difference. It's outside help either way. It's gonna give you your NP either way. Literally no difference. None. It's not even a technicality. It's a technicality in people's monkey brain, but there's no actual difference. It's like a graphic difference. Whoop-de-doo. If anything, the battery is just better because battery doesn't give a fuck if you're Buster, Quick, Art, if you have a high hit count, low hit count. Where if you've got like Castoria and, you know, art up, NP gain up, stuff like that, you know, it's directly tied to what your hit count is. Where battery don't give a flying fuck. The only bad thing about battery is like if you're skill sealed, you can't use it, where you could preemptively use, you know, the buffs. Also, in the long run, you can potentially get more out of the buffs because you can keep using them, where the battery is generally one time. Now, that's not always true. Some units get battery that keeps, you know, proccing turn to turn, and, you know, you can cycle, and, you know, it's not like, I mean, of course, there's weird things you can do with battery, but buffs are pretty set it and forget it, I guess, aside from, you know, buff removal and buff block, but, so, you know, they have different pros and cons against each other, but ultimately, if you NP once and then use battery and NP again, that's just as much looping as, oh, I got my NP back from using the NP. It's like, it's the only units that can really say I loop on my own like that are the ones that don't need Castoria's buffs, and they just inherently get their NP on without anything, with only their stuff, but there's hardly any units in the game that can do that. There are several, though, if they get lucky. Like, if you're in a team context and you happen to get their 2 art cards or whatever, and, you know, then a lot of them, there's several that can do it at that point. But you might not get your art cards. Some of them need crits, and a lot of times you can't crit reliably without using your teammates. And if you use your teammates to make stars to crit, that's, again, not any different than using a teammate to give battery or to give NP gain and art up. I don't even know I have to explain this stuff, but it is crazy how many people think it's not legit if it's raw battery. It's not looping if it's raw battery, but it's totally looping if you get buffs from somebody else. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, it's so nonsense. Wait, he didn't kill it? I guess he was being counterclassed. Shit, that could have been better. And of course he crits. Way to go, champ. Oh, Hohenheim. Yeah, I guess that's true. A lot of units can loop on their own. That's the thing, though. No one would say that's not legit. If a unit on their own NPs and then uses their own battery skill next turn to NP again, no one would say that's not legit. But if it's from another unit, somehow it's not legit. But it is legit if you get, you know, NP gain from another unit. It's so silly. You got like Artoria over there, you know, you can do NP, art, get her overcharged, then use her battery skill, and sometimes you can just NP again right there. And then you have to use her second skill though, because you need the damage for the NP to kill all 3 enemies, and it turns your fucking art cards into buster cards, and now you can't do it anymore, because great buff DW, you know, nice options there. Dude, I hate that, because this happens. I've had this already happen multiple times when messing around with Artoria. You'll have a wave of 3 enemies, right? And one of them is a bit tankier than the others, right? But maybe all three of them are decently tanky, but one of them is a bit tankier than the other two. But you need the second skill to kill all three of them, right? But you'd probably just barely leave one of them alive and say like, oh yeah, I'll do art, right? But no, you'll do Buster, and you'll like it, right? And then now, thankfully, sometimes you're in situations where you have enough damage that you don't need to cast the skill, and you can kill the three, and then do the art, and it's fine. Also, you have break bars, right? You can kill all three, but one of them has a break bar, so you can do the art, right? But yeah, it's really annoying that you have to do the Buster cards. It should be optional. It should just bring up a UI, and you can either, click the Buster to change them all to Buster, or click another one for it not to change the deck at all, or change them to art cards or whatever. Unfortunately, you don't get an option. You can't take just the damage effect. You must take the deck altering effect, which I'm sure thought it was a good thing. It's like, oh yeah, because you're gonna want a Buster crit with like Merlin and stuff or whatever. And and sure, a lot of times that's true. There are times you are very, very happy to be able to turn your deck into all Buster cards, but yeah, being forced, I just don't see the point. Especially because in that update, they added the thing for Emiya, where Emiya could pick. So, he could decide which way he wanted to go based on, what he's doing. Just don't upgrade it, indeed. But then you don't get as much damage up, right? You don't get the NP up, you just get the Buster up. Yeah, Arthur was kind of nice because they made his just NP gain up. And for 3 turns. And then the Buster up lasts 3 turns. The thing I don't like about Arthur's buff is it did not increase his damage in burst, right? He's got better longevity, like more long-term damage. Oh, hey, Beowulf. But his damage, his peak damage, like when doing a NP BB turn, is exactly the same. So I just hope they give him an NP buff, and then I think all will be well. Give me 1 second. I gotta grab water. Give me a moment here. Well, that took longer than it needed to. I was putting a breathing strip on, and what I do is I buy, like, there's a really good type of breathing strips that you can get, but they're expensive, but they work very well. And then so I buy those, but then I buy some cheap ones for when those run out, and so if I go to like order more, you know, I'll have at least something to fall back on. And I'm using one of the cheap ones, and they just suck. Like, the adhesive wears off instantly, right? And it's just already coming off. I'm like, oh, that's great, right? So I had to, like, reapply it 3 fucking times to actually get it to do it. Never buy cheap shit, man. Just, it's not worth it. It's not, you just buy 2 of the good one. The other, it's just, God, dude. Alright, I guess the boss is AoE, so we're gonna die. Actually, I kind of need them both to taunt, because they probably won't kill George in 1 hit. Well, maybe. Nah, we'll do it. I don't want him to have the defense up, because that might make him make the dragon attack more. Gotta punch the faker. And he crit. And George lived because of his taunt. Thankfully, Beowulf attacked, so it didn't matter. Alright, let's see this anti-dragon damage. It's a shame that I don't have my MP or anything, but dragons, am I right? So the smart thing to do would have been to attack Beowulf that turn and kill him with the crit, and then use your anti-dragon damage next turn when you don't have a crit, because that would kill it, which is a Buster Chain probably, but this way was funner. Oh, got him anyway. Is Beowulf actually just, like, being paid by, like, some company to advertise their pants? Is that what's going on? Like, he just turns to the camera and is, you know, these are the best pants for the, you know, blah, 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 blah. And it would explain a few things. You found them on the street. Yeah, that explains the hobo look. I guess that was stage 4. Or no, it was 3. I don't know what the fuck this is then. Maybe it's just Beowulf without the dragon. This dragon slaying was brought to you by Levi's, yeah. Oh man, we got a ways to go. 300k though. Something. Watch this star gem. Dragon with Saber lives. I'm trying to get my NP, and it's over here giving me Buster Chains. You know what? Makes the star absorb more effective. And I made a lot of stars last turn, so... Does Chen Gong get to live? Probably. And he gets the victory line. All planned. Man, I need to get me a level 100 Beowulf that's 2k foed. And then you can go faux paws, man. You can get some serious damage out of him. And because he's got his own Star Bomb skill, he's pretty self-reliant. He's good even against break bars though, because you can do like that kind of thing against one break bar, then the NP to the next, or vice versa and stuff, so... he's not bad. Oh yeah, I forgot you get those for free. Let Jekyll and Hyde out of the box. Didn't we solo the 1.2 million dragon with Beowulf with his buff? That would not surprise me in the slightest, considering yeah, I know I did with mine. I played around with it off stream at one point. You had to get lucky, but I remember he could do it. But that tells me that a more upgraded one could do it without getting lucky. Because yeah, mine is just 90 NP2. So pretty far away from, you know, maximum Beowulf there. ATG. Let's see, we're on we just started chapter 12. This one's pretty long, unfortunately. The next one's long, too. So it's 12 out of... $22. I like a guy saying that they're all like 2 and 3 arrows when like there's so many 4 arrow chapters in this fucking Singularity. Like there's so many 4 arrows and then there's a few 5s as well. Like this is a long as fuck Singularity, Jesus Christ. And it also is just kind of, you know, bad because it's just so many trash mobs. I will say though, the Coup Altar fight is not like the best fight in the game, but for early FGO, it's okay, right? It's something. It's not as good as Camelot, but it's getting there. It's just so much effort to get to this point, like Jesus Christ. These guys only attack once, so fuck it. Yeah, Beowulf's Madness enhancement being so low is kind of annoying, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it's what kind of damage he's doing at the end of the day, and he is doing a lot at the end of the day because he's got, you know, a half upgraded NP, which is weird, but it is what it is. He's got the attack up, the NP up, Star Bomb, Star Absorb, crit up, other crit up, you know, it's... And a pretty favorable stat line for the most part, so... He does quite well. If he did not have the Star Bomb, Star Absorb thing, it would not be as good. But I don't know why I taunted here. I should have just killed it and then taunt it next turn. Dude, that's a lot. That's like a lot of fucking arrows. And it's not like you said they're almost all 2 and 3 arrows. You said they're all 2 and 3 arrows, which that is demonstrably wrong. Like the early ones, also there's more 4 chapters than that. I'm looking at the wiki right now. There are so many fucking chapters in this that have 4 arrows, which is, you know, perfectly long chapter. Like the total arrows in America is really high, and none of those arrows are, you know, freebies like you see in Babylonia and on. Thank God though they started making those. Never mind, you know, pacing or anything. It's just there are so many times like in the story where it's like you obviously shouldn't be fighting right now, and in early FGO they were just constantly like you'd be at like camp at night. And they'd have a scene with 2 servants talking about, oh no, Chimera's coming out of the bushes! And it's just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, thankfully they don't have to they still do that though. Like, they don't do it all the time, but these still do that sometimes. Even in like, Lost Spelts, they still do that, but way less than they used to. And, you know, they know now, like, yeah, we can literally just have this scene end. Like, not every scene has to end with some arbitrary combat. And I love Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, but oh my god, it's so bad about that. It does the same thing. Literally, anytime anything happens, it must end in a fight. Like, no, it doesn't matter where they are, it doesn't matter what the characters are doing, everything must end in a fight. Like, bandits in the town, you know, oh, the caravan's being robbed. It's like, god, it's so, like, contrived. It's like, you can just skip to you know, another event in the story when then something happens so that the fight makes at least half a degree of sense here. if I remember correctly, they actually started doing no combat arrows before Babylonia. Babylonia is just the first time they did it in the main story. I think they started doing them in an event, like a collab event or something. But they didn't do it much. And when they first really, you know, implemented it for like realsies was Babylonia. But I think they did something in one of the events. Yeah, sometimes that's a different problem though. They'll do too many no combat arrows back to back, and it's like, why didn't you just make those one arrow, right? Like, even if it's like, okay, this scene is from the crypter's perspective, it's like, okay, you can have it fade to black and then go back into the, you know, the next scene, right? You just keep going scene to scene. I guess they do it so if you want to go back in my room and watch that one scene, it's easier to do that. That's probably why they do it. Also, I guess they think some people are like, oh, I don't care about these characters, let me just skip, but then they accidentally skip over, you know, a scene that they would have actually cared about. But they still fuse scenes. It's not like they don't ever fuse scenes. They fuse scenes all the time, where like one story bit has multiple scenes from different places in it. But yeah, if you're gonna do like 4 or 5 arrows that are all non-combat back to back, you should probably condense that a little bit. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It's really weird for people that do skip everything because, you know, they're not caring if the scene's moving around or not. And they're just kind of like, why can't I just skip the one time? And they didn't kill Chen Gong because these guys suck. I'm sure he can do 262 damage in a Buster Chain. There you go. I'm telling you, man, they're gonna fuck up story replay. They're gonna fuck it up. They're gonna make it like it costs AP and you can only do it once. You know, or this would, okay, what I just described is like the nightmare. You know, if they do it like a main interlude. Like, guys, it's a main interlude for Camelot and you can do it one time, right? Because you can only do main interludes once, unless you save a stage, so pretty bad. I could very much see them doing it that way. Because like, hey, it's a dead week, so go play Camelot again during this week. That is DW in a nutshell, right? They don't make content for like content's sake or like good replayable content for fun. They gotta be all like, oh yeah, this is like the thing that they want the whole player base doing for this week, and then next week they want them doing something else entirely and forget about that and never do it again, right? That's DW. So yeah, I can totally see them doing it that way, and that'd be awful. Now, what I'm about to describe is not as awful, but it's still awful. What they could do is you can't go back and play any stage you want. You basically start Camelot and you play through Camelot, and then if you want to go back, you have to start over and start at the beginning again, right? Now that would be better because at least, you know, you could save stages, and if you're like, oh, for a video I need to go get that stage, so I go through it again or whatever, you know, that'd be okay. But just let us pick a stage and go do it. Like, it's not even hard, for fuck's sakes. Like, every other game on the planet does that. It's just so insane that DW has not gotten that sorted. Wait, this is the final stage. I could have won this turn. I could have cast all my skills and killed 3 of them, no problem. Several streams ago, I'm told that they acknowledged that there are people that want story replay, but they didn't really say if they were going to do it or not. I don't even. I just think they're so busy, like, trying to put money into their other game and watching that explode, and, you know, they're just doing the bare minimum with FGO. That's the thing, it's the bare minimum, right? Obviously, you know, anyone with standards, you know, is going to worry about more than that, but, you know, I think they're totally phoning it in, so I don't expect them to do much when it comes to the bells and whistles right now, but I'm hoping that's changing. I am quite confident they will do it eventually, but I think it'll take them a stupid long time. It already has taken them a stupid long time. Yeah, they acknowledged the command code. The command code UI, though, they said they were going to fix, but they also said that a very long time ago, and they still haven't fixed it, so, you know, it's not even that hard to fix, for God's sakes. And I'm a real, I think this is just like unacceptable. I mean, it's like, it's one thing if they can't get out a brand new UI for command codes, like right now, that's fine. But in the meantime, you should do a patch job you know, do a patch, you know, like band-aid fix. You know, and a really easy band-aid fix is simply removing the animation that plays when you equip and unequip one, and then allow you, like with craft essences, to directly take one command code from one servant to another and not have it grayed out like, oh no, you can't do that because it's on another servant. That's easy to change, and just changing that would make, although the UI would still be pretty sluggish and it really should not be connected to like that menu outside of that. You should be able to do it in the team screen, but that would be a totally serviceable band-aid fix, right? So in the meantime, you're not like pulling your hair out. Like, sure, you'll still need like the UI scaling. God, this game's UI, dude. I mean, that tuna can emote is so accurate for this fucking game, dude. They just cannot. This basic UI functionality in this game is so bad. But don't worry, guys. They added the tuna can button and they updated the mailboxes animations. So, you know, there's your quality of life update. I love how that emote is named DW, please. How long until NA players get that button? Because, oh my god, I hate it. Probably getting kind of soon, because a lot of quality of life updates you all get early anyway, so I suspect it'll be soon. Maybe they'll save it for the correct anniversary, just because they want the anniversary to feel meaningful. But I don't remember exactly when they added it. I thought they added it before the 5th year anniversary, but hey, commentary. Nice soloing Gawain hype. I mean, one of these days. We're making progress. But yeah, they like to save quality of life updates for the anniversary, so it feels like it's more meaningful. I am glad NA got their Mysticodes fixed, though. That was some bullshit. It took them so long, though. Like, you've fought so many bosses that you should have been able to reliably stun and that kind of thing. And there's been enemies that have buff success chance down that you should have been able to overpower with the Mysticode success chance, but you couldn't. Gong is still alive. What was so okay? Here's the thing about the tuna can button. It's not as bad as like the widescreen update, right? Because that affects a lot of things. It affects how you make videos, all kind. You know, that was a pretty obnoxious thing. That was definitely more obnoxious than the tuna can button. The thing about the tuna can button is it's just pointless. Like, and obviously it throws people's like muscle memory off. You're used to clicking the menu button and then clicking a certain part on your screen to go to a certain menu, and adding the tuna can button throws all that off, and you start clicking the wrong buttons. Now, sure, it's not that hard to just, you know, pay attention for 2 seconds and adjust and then get used to it again. But why, though? Like, you shouldn't have to do that, because the tuna can button adds literally nothing to the game. I don't think anybody ever clicks it. Everyone just goes back anyway. Like, they already had such an easy way to back out of that menu. It is beyond me that they thought that that was some kind of needed or improvement to the UI, right? It was like mouth service. You know, it doesn't actually make anything better, and it's just shocking to me that, you know, instead of doing things like fixing the command code UI, or, you know, adding story replay, or adding new game modes, or just making the UI, you know, snappier and clearer, like there's seriously a lot of issues. Like, their UI is just trash, right? And there's a lot of people on like YouTube and stuff that like make YouTube channels talking about graphic design and how to make good UIs, and you know, you'll see them criticize, you know, random big games that come out that have bad UIs, and they'll go to like Photoshop and like, you know, make a mock-up UI that's 10 times better in like 5 minutes, right? And when you look at some of that stuff, a lot of it could be so easily applied to FGO, especially because it's a phone game. There's a lot of nifty things you can do in it with the touchscreen. Like, we're getting to the point now where we have a lot of command codes, right? We have a really stupid amount of command codes, and the filter system for them is terrible. I stand by this. Every filter system in FGO is bad, and it's designed very poorly. I mean, I've seen college students make significantly better UI choices, you know, especially because it's a phone game. You know, you can do a lot of drag and drop stuff. You can, you know, sort in columns where it's like, okay, all the damage command code pictures will show up in this column, all the defensive ones will show up in this column, and then you can just, you know, drag and drop where you want them, right? That's basic as fuck, right? But no, you gotta open up a tab, go through a bunch of text, and then click the filters that you want to show and not show, and then you know, then it doesn't even, you know, sort them. It just, you know, puts all the pictures next to each other, and the pictures are you know, really big, where you could obviously make them a lot smaller for like the command codes and still, like, it's just dumb, dude. Like, especially with CEs, it's bad, but with command codes, it's really bad, because it'd be so easy to have, like, you know, more like circle icons instead of square icons for the command codes that are really sorted in pillars. And then you could scroll sideways to scroll through the pillars, right? And then if you want to get more complicated and have people actually go into a menu to go through text and stuff, you can then go in there to, like, not show certain pillars, you know, columns. So it's like, don't show the damage column, don't show the defensive column, don't show the crit column, or whatever, if you wanted to. But if you didn't want to bother with that, you can just scroll through the columns, and it'll be super easy to say, okay, all the offensive command codes are here, all the, you know, the defensive ones are here, all the buff ones are here, all the, you know, all the special damage ones are here. You know, that's easy, right? And that's and again, you have a touch screen, so like scrolling through these things is easy as fuck. But no, can't have that. Gotta have a fucking filter system designed by like a 9-year-old. But yeah, it's frustrating because every opportunity FGO has to have like a slick UI, they don't. They always go the sluggish piece of shit route. I tell you though, good UI design is something that people take for granted. It's actually fairly rare though. A lot of games have unnecessarily slow and clunky UIs. But it takes, you know, some ingenuity and some understanding of you know, how the human brain thinks and how it wants to find things and everything to make a really good, clean UI. But the developers that do put in the effort, you know, it pays, man. It pays. You don't want to be, and I know you all played a game like this, where you've got a game that you like, right, and you're playing it, and you're trying to not bring up the menu, right? You're trying everything. You even if like, yeah, I really should change guns, or I should really use that herb, or what, you don't, you're doing everything you can not to do that, because it's like, it's just so slow, and I don't want to take 20 seconds to just do this thing. But when you have a good UI, you don't worry about that. It's nice, boom, 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 and then you like FGO. Yeah, there's some of that. Yeah, there, you know, that you as a developer, you want to avoid that at all costs. You do not want people to be afraid to do what they think that they need to do. I don't think they have the knowledge to make a good UI. I think that's the problem. It's not a matter of them not wanting one. I don't think they have the experience and the technical know-how to make, let alone implement one. Because yeah, they're not, from what we've seen, they're not a very particularly experienced dev. They were, when they were hired, they were just nobodies with no experience and that kind of thing. So I think that's a big part of it. Also, they're using the Unity engine, for God's sakes, which is not exactly the best. And I'm sure there are some people that work there that probably do understand what makes a good UI and that kind of thing, but they're not necessarily in positions of power to be able, I mean, this is so common, and a lot of people quit when they're in these situations, but this happens all the time in the game industry, where you have a developer that is totally competent, and you know, if they were in charge, they could certainly make improvements in their area of expertise anyway. But you know, they're just, you know, whatever on the totem pole, and even if they tell their higher up, you know, hey, we could implement this or that and this would be a lot better, the higher up's not going to get it or care or want to do it, and it just doesn't happen, right? And their hands are tied, and they're not the shot caller, and you know, they go, no, go work on this other thing, and that's what they got to do. Yeah, unfortunately that's pretty common. So their new game is a mess. So like, from what I've heard of its development cycle, it's like the lead dev is just, you know, awful, and a lot of people were quitting, and it's been a nightmare, and they haven't been meeting their deadlines and stuff. So that game, I think, looks so bad because of just like slop, because it's, you know, being rushed. Of course Natsu plays the game. I mean, if I was the creator of the series, of course I mean, of course he does. Like, I mean, Natsu cares a lot about his his franchise. I mean, if you created, let's say, you know, you made your own book, right? You wrote your own book, and then it actually blew up, and then a game got made out of it. You know, of course you would play it, right? And there's plenty of good things in FGO. I mean, there's a lot of good things in FGO, but they mostly come from the people that don't work for DW, right? You know, all the character designs, the voice acting, the writing, none of the music, none of those things have to do with DW directly. And most of the game design ideas that have been implemented over the years that are good, we have learned since were ideas that came from Type Moon, not that came from DW. So, you know, I'm not happy to shit on DW. I wish DW was the most competent company that ever existed. It's just they continuously let me down. And, you know, they themselves have had leakers recently that have been saying it's a bad workplace environment and it's a mess. You know, the management is a joke. So I'm not blaming the individual employees by any means. It's obviously not their faults on an individual level, but collectively the company is a complete mess. I hope they turn it around. I am rooting for them to turn it around dramatically. We do not benefit from them being a shit show. Okay, Mordred time. Apparently Nasu picked Tesla as his free 5-star. Good man. Why did I taunt there? They're not gonna do shit. Watch him just buff or something. Maybe we say GSSR. I don't remember. I just remember he was asked about, like, you know, like something about a favorite 5-star recently or something, or what he picked for something. And he said Tesla. I can't remember if it was the free 5-star, if it was something. I could have been the free 5-star because I would have picked that if he was available. I'm gonna try to not kill this guy, see if he kills George. It was something where he had gotten Tesla recently and he was asked something about it, but I don't remember, it was a couple months ago now. And of course he just buffed. I picked Mordred though because she was NP4, so it was nice being able to just click button and get NP5. At least he killed. Getting a higher NP rank on waiver, if you use them a lot, isn't actually that bad. It's not as good as most other things, but if you're using them for buff stacking and things like that, the bigger defense down can add up. People often sleep on waiver when they're trying to buff stack, but waiver actually adds a pretty insane amount of damage, especially if he gets his NP off, which is incredibly easy to do because he gives himself the battery as well. So it's not hard to have waiver come in from the back row or whatever and then throw out his buffs for the team and then get their NP. Maybe they're using Black Grail or something. And then, you know, NP and add more defense down. So it gives them a really large attack up and a really large defense down. It's actually very meaty. Now, sure, sometimes you're not going to use his NP, and maybe the enemy's got debuff immunity or whatever, or you've hit the defense down cap, things like that. But it's certainly not bad. It's just not... It's not nearly as impactful of a thing as a lot of the other, like, NP upgrades are for DPS units and stuff. That's pretty normal though. A lot of support units, it's like, yeah, their MP ranks are nice, but it's not gonna, you know, be as nearly as impactful as, oh, I can break this health bar now. Oh, these trash mobs are fucking killing me, man. Just trying to kill up my taunt walls, but they're like, everything in America only it has one action per turn. These guys actually have an okay attack stat. It's not amazing, but it's like it's okay. The thing is, they just don't attack. They buff a lot, and then when they do attack, it's only one per. You know, they only get one action per. So they're just terrible at killing your taunt walls. I think they're dead. Yep, they did not survive. That did suck though, because Tesla was story locked. You couldn't pick him as your free 5-star, and then when they did the GSSR, it was only limited people. It was like the two sides, right? You had the one side to the free 5-star. They could just pick anything, but they had to be unlimited and not story locked. And then right after that, they did the GSSR, but then they had to be limited, which story locks aren't. They're technically unlimited, so you couldn't get them in either thing, right? I doubt Aniplex will be involved in the next FGO style game, and I don't know, I mean, maybe Type Moon is happy enough with it, but Aniplex does not own the IP, and Type Moon can lend it out to whoever they want. It would not shock me if they don't work with Aniplex again, but it is hard to find a good publisher that has the money, the resources, and the connections, so sometimes you go with a really mainstream one, even if they do suck, right? Because sometimes it's just, let's do Mordred again, even though there's a Saber here. But yeah, sometimes you just go with what you know will at least be good enough. They've worked with Sega a bit recently, but I don't know how that's been. I know Arcade has done very well, but I don't know what like the behind the scenes, you know, communication and wheeling and dealing is. But Arcade's been quite successful, so. Though I can't imagine the pandemic was good for it. Nope, don't fucking taunt. Don't you do it. I wish though FGO Arcade would crash and burn. Not because of its gameplay, but because of just like arcades dying in Japan, which they actually are way slower. I mean, they already died in North America forever ago. You know, they're still plenty active in Japan, but they're not as active as they used to be. Yeah, I'd be happy if FGO Arcade would die down, just so they'd be more likely to make a console version of it with a different, you know, whenever they finally get around to doing that, they generally change the business model, and you know, then you might get it on PC and things like that. Because, you know, as long as it's arcade exclusive, we ain't ever getting to play it over here. Hey, Fury. No, what about what anyone just said would lead you to believe that it was in an A? Yeah, just adoption rates of consoles and PC and stuff in Japan is higher now. Especially PC. PC's caught on quite a bit. Took them a while on that one. I wouldn't even play though FGO Arcade if it came to arcade in A. One, we don't have any arcades really, so that's already, you know, dead on arrival. But I don't like playing in arcades. You know, way to get germs and waste way more money than you should, and and blah 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 blah. So if I was ever gonna play it, it'd have to be out on console or PC with a different business model. And they just put quarters in my PlayStation here or my Xbox. I wish this was not her BM combo. I wish this was just what her double buster looked like, but unfortunately you have the dumb kick that you just spam all of the time. I don't even mind the kick animation, it's just the fact that you see the kick animation constantly, and you know, it's pretty basic, and it's not— Mordred only kicks punch and kicks in combat occasionally, it's not like what she does primarily. Yeah, I really don't like her initial buster animation. Everybody likes the Apache helicopter, it's pretty popular. Anyone that likes helicopters generally likes that one. Yeah, I know that happens to you all the time, Fury. Yeah, they don't realize it's a meme. No amount of Kappa faces can sell the idea. What are we on, like chapter 13 maybe? God, there's so many to go. Yeah, we're either on 12 or 13. We might just be on 12, oh god. No, we're on 13. We're like, we're at like the start of 13. At least 14's a short one. It'd really help if I had actually I forgot to look though. I might have what I need to level up my Asterios, because it's just— it is so— soloing is not really working for us because it's just so hard to kill level 1 units off. Which that sounds insane to say that, but it's like these stages are— they're just horrible for it because you kill one mob and now they only get 2 actions per turn, and oh no, he buffed, and you know, they cannot kill mobs worth a— I mean, kill your taunts worth a damn. I could probably kill 2 of them here, but then they'd only attack once per turn, so... Pretty sure the dragons are one of the few enemies that attack more than one time. I hate these stages. I wish they would just stop making them. It's like they're pointless, they're meaningless, and they're just unbelievably boring. Even to an underprepared account, they are so fucking boring. They don't do them as much anymore, so the newer stories are definitely better, but they still do them more than they should. They don't do them like this anymore though, thank God. You know, America is just packed with filler stage after filler stage after filler stage, just over and over and over. They thankfully don't do that anymore. Like even 5.5, which is not as good as 5.2, it doesn't have nearly as much filler. I mean, Geronimo and Billy are done well in terms of like their personality and their backstories and everything, but they're not done well in how they're presented in the America story. They don't get much screen time, and they don't accomplish anything, and their abilities as servants are not respected by the story. They like forgot what their actual abilities were. Thankfully, Billy's been used a lot better, and you know, actually gotten screen time and you know, an actual character in Lost Belt 1, but Geronimo has never really been salvaged. He's been in some interludes here and there, but so is Billy. Yeah, Billy's like in Jolter's interlude, and he actually gets a decent amount of picturization there. Playing cards with Mash and Castraku. Yeah, Geronimo ain't gotten shit, so... Should be able to do 15k. Yeah, 21k. Okay, that's fine. You know, when it comes to jet fighters, a lot of people don't like this one because it does have some problems. But in terms of aesthetic, I really like the Raptor, the F-22. So many people don't like that, and it kind of like represents a style of development that they don't like. But I think it looks really good. I mean, regardless of all that stuff, I think the F-22 looks pretty awesome. So I like a lot of jet fighters, though. I'm a big jet fighter fan. It's a shame that they're so hated by like story media. Like, when was the last time you saw jet fighters represented well in a movie or an anime? Right? I don't even know why they're so poo-pooed on, because they're awesome, right? Like, I mean, they're super fast. They have all these, you know, overpowered attacks, and you know they can fly, and you know they look really sleek. You know, like some modern technology people don't think looks that cool, but I think jets look pretty damn cool. The pilots get the awesome helmets, you know, the face masks for the oxygen and everything. Like, it looks awesome, right? But yeah, they rarely get any love in any kind of storytelling or video games or whatever. Yeah, Ace Combat is like the only game series that is kind to jet fighters, but that's because it is a game series about jet fighters. So yeah, but that's about it. And yeah, there's a few video games here and there, but but generally, anytime you see a video game that gives a fuck about jets, it's literally like a jet fighter game, right? And there's not very many of those in that kind of thing. Anytime they show up in a story that's not necessarily about, you know, jet fighters specifically, they suck. They don't get anything done, or they're just, you know, they're just filler. You know, they never get, you know, any love in anything that's not like a jet fighter specific thing. And there are very few jet fighter specific things, so yeah, kind of lame. I mean, like, if there was a jet fighter in my backyard, of course I would not use it, because I have not been trained to use it, and that would be a catastrophe, so. I was gonna check something real quick, but I already forgot what it was. Well, fuck it, we'll just keep going. Oh, this is a long one. Oh, Asterios, that was the thing. But yeah, I do think jet fighters are awesome. But yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to kill myself or my neighbors. You see. I don't think I would be allowed in the Air Force because of my absolutely abysmal eyesight and my allergy problems and my breathing problems and all that. So. A lot of people in my family have joined the military, and my father wanted to, but he was not allowed to, even though my father was very physically fit and all these things, but he did have some breathing problems, and that was enough for them to not let him in. So yeah, I have significantly more health problems than my father did, so I don't think they would let me. I never even thought about it, though, because when I was in the age range where I'd be the most applicable to joining the military, I was just way too preoccupied with other issues in life. And now I'm a bit older, so. But yeah, with all my health issues, they would not be a good idea. I could do a logistical role, but I wouldn't really want to do that. We were talking about jumping in jet fighters when you have no business doing such a thing. Love these opening hands. I forgot to actually. I could probably level the stereos more and maybe gotten some use out of them. Might start bringing them. Let's see. Yeah, nowadays most of the military is logistics, but you know you can still directly apply to be in, you know, a more active role. You don't have to join that branch of the military. And they can put in that kind of damage to Beowulf, but you can't get them to do 1k damage to your taunt walls. Love it. Honestly, in my normal life, I have a lot of actual self-control over, I know when it's okay to rant and when it's not, and in my normal life, like, you know, I've taught people in martial arts and things like that. I don't fly off the handle in the slightest. I'm actually very good at remaining calm, and most people are actually very surprised when they know I have an explosive side to me, because I don't generally present that to the world at all. I'm pretty conscious of like when it is reasonable to behave like a maniac and when it's not. And you know, and on stream there's no consequences, so you know, go nuts. But like I'm not once, I'm not exaggerating, not once in my entire life have I ever gotten mad or gotten into a fight with like, you know, anyone in the service industry. I've never gotten mad at, you know, restaurant workers or, you know, never, not one. I have never gone off on anybody for anything like that ever, right? Now, you know, outside of those kind of situations, if, you know, someone gives me shit, like on the street or something, you know, then I do generally go off on people, but that's a very different setting, so. Free-to-play jet fighters. But yeah, I know how to control my my tempo. I'm also aware of when it's completely reasonable or justified not to do so. So, and I have no qualms. I have no qualms of like, you know, standing up for myself and that kind of thing. I normally would go a bit above and beyond what's necessary. Most people don't know I stream outside of like the people I'm like, you know, really close friends with and whatnot. You know, I don't like broadcast it. I'm like, I'm a streamer, everybody. Because I don't. Why would I do that? Time to do way more damage than what's necessary. Unless we don't crit at all. Although we will still kill. Streamer discount, yeah. I want this chapter to end already. Actually, I'd like the whole singularity to end. Can we just be in Camelot now? In life, I'm a fairly outgoing person. Like, if I need to speak up, I will. I'm not afraid to, you know, talk to people or bring attention to myself, but I don't try to bring attention to myself. If I don't need to, I actually will do quite the opposite. I'm more than happy to just, you know, if I'm working at a job or whatever, not rock the boat and just go home and, you know, I don't if I'm not looking to, you know, make friends or whatever, I'll just shut the fuck up. You know, and when I go into a restaurant, I'm not looking to, you know, cause a scene one way or the other. So it's pretty easy for me to just shut the hell up and, you know, stay out of sight. But yeah, if the need arises or I'm wanting to, you know, like for example, most of the jobs I've ever had, I actively went out of my way not to get promoted because I did not need the money and I didn't want the responsibility. I'd rather just get my paycheck, go home, and do the things I actually want to do. You know, so I'm not looking to bring attention to myself. But if I wanted to, I don't have qualms with it. You know, I'm not like nervous when I'm around other people or anything. I was talking about that on Discord actually a while ago because people were talking about like they had like one of the earlier Genshin Impact North America streams, and like one of the people that was like presenting on the stream was like someone that was like just a Discord mod, and like they had never done anything like that before, and they were obviously very nervous, and that's totally understandable and reasonable. Most people that have never been on, you know, like camera or whatever are going to be nervous and not know what to do. But when I was thinking about it, it's like when after you get used, like for streaming specifically, but it's the same. It's not any difference for an audience. I mean, most of your audience is going to be a bunch of papega morons too. You know, once you get used to what Twitch chat is, there is no reason to be nervous at all. Y'all a bunch of fucking jackasses, right? Like, what the fuck is to be nervous of from Twitch chat? Like, fucking really. But yeah, you know, obviously when you're not used to that kind of thing, you know, pretty much anyone will be nervous. But yeah, once you're used to it, it's like, what a bunch of jokers, man. Oh my god, I love that, that green D emote. What is that? That's so good. NVD, I love that. Partially because it's green, but it also just captures the, you know, D emote style so well. I've never been so offended by something I agree with. But you know what I mean. I'm obviously joking, but you still get what I'm saying. It's like the kind of environment that Twitch chat is, and just the average person, you know, it's just, there's nothing that, sure, there's some jackasses that are going to try to, you know, ruffle your feathers, but they're generally teenage morons. Like, who cares? So yeah, once you're used to what streaming is and stuff, you really realize how little you have to be nervous of, really. Also, and I had this moment, you know, where I'm over here pronouncing people's names wrong and talking about nickels, and people are throwing money at my face, and it's like, this is dumb. It's like, it doesn't even matter what you do half the time. It's more about just, I think, it's presenting it in a way that people can listen to, so you're like background noise for most people. Yeah, I like these emotes, these green emotes, they're good. Mentioned nickels. Should have said dimes. Look, streamer is mean to chat. Chat is mean to streamer. This is how it works. I could just BBB over 3 turns, but we'll win next turn with NP. Which is why I go out of my way not to say that word, because I like sleeping at night. But yeah, I think some people that they get used to streaming, but they might still be bad at public speaking because they have a disconnect between Twitch chat and regular people, but it's still pretty much the same thing. It's like, yeah, sure, people in like an audience of something more normal or mainstream, they may not be making bad, you know, Twitch jokes, but I mean, people are people, so. At some point, I'm going to remake most of our emotes, and we've got like 3 emote slots just sitting there. Try to make them more uniform and whatnot, but I don't really have the time, and you gotta find an artist that you can get on the same page with that actually, you know, I need somebody that not only is a good emote artist, but they have to really already know Fate pretty well, right? So that's kind of the hard part. I'm not going to go through the effort of having to explain, you know, what a character behaves like or whatever, right? I don't got time for that shit, so. Oh yeah, George cards ain't going anywhere, of course not. But we have several emote slots anyway, so we don't really need to get rid of any. More like we can just twink some of them. Oh yeah, pin stays, of course. I mean, the only ones that would probably go away would be like the wave one. We might still use Coup, but that one is just not very good. Yeah, the wave one could be, you can't even tell he's waving, for God's sake. So that one is definitely going to get replaced at some point. And the Billy one would probably stay, but it might maybe just twink it. But I'm fine with, you know, Billy on that one. It's fine. But yeah, those are really the only ones that I would think would need to be mited. You know, we might actually be able to kill on turn 1. See what happens here. If we got another Buster card, we definitely could. Or hell, if our Mysticode was maxed, that might be enough. How? I am confused. How did she only get 40% absorb on her Buster card when she has specifically Buster absorb? Like, how did her? Because obviously George makes it worse, but like, how did her art cards get that much? It's not George. Like, how? Like, it's her art cards took 30%. Like, bruh. Like, she doesn't have Star Absorb, she has Buster Absorb. Okay, she crit anyway. Yeah, we could have killed there. We just had the maxed out attack up, I think. Figured he would do that. And then he only attacked once. Yep, that's great. Yeah, the Leo one is not even, that's not even a brand, like, it's not an original emote. Yeah, that's an already existing art of Leonidas, and then it's twinked George cards, and then, you know, changed to the right deck and everything. But it's great though, it works really well, so we'll probably make a proper version of it eventually, just not reuse that art, but yeah, in the meantime it's pretty great, so I'm not complaining. Maniac makes a lot of awesome stuff. He makes the Hercules Ayayaya emote and several of the other ones, and they're pretty good. I mean, look at that thing. See you, Red. Okay, what are we on now? 14. God, there's like 10 to go. I kind of want 2 D emotes. I kind of want one D emote that we can use on FFZ so everyone gets it. And then the other one for sub, like maybe do, you know, Mordred for one, Nursery Rhyme for the other, or Coup or whatever. But certainly Nursery Rhyme for one of those, but I wouldn't mind doing that. I like having some nice, you know, good ones for FFZ that anybody can use. I really like having the George cards on FFZ. And then the Leonidas cards on FFZ, the George cards on sub. That way you can use one either way, and then like they're looking at each other, so it works good. I don't know what we'll do for blind. I can't remember how many emote slots we have, so we can't do every like standard emote ever, but we can do a few more for sure. And I guess we can always put them on FFZ or whatever. Better emotes as well. I need an artist that I'm on the same page with that I can just go to when I want to make this stuff. And he lived, of course. Yeah, we need a D emote really bad. That's a really important emote, I feel. Because you can have like the legitimately shocked moments and then like the fake outrage, right? Like when I say Phantom of the Opera is not actually a good assassin, right? You know, you can have your, oh, what? But you know, obviously everybody knows he's a bad assassin, so. One of these days, man, can you imagine if we actually lived in a world where Phantom wasn't trash, right? Like he wasn't actually flaming hot garbage, but he was actually like a useful, you know, because here's the thing. There's a lot of low stars that are really damn useful, right? Even if you're willing to use higher rarity stuff, you know, you're probably not gonna have a full team of them, right? Unless you're like a Leviathan or something. So, you know, George, Mozart, Hans, you know, Coup, loads of low rarity units, Ushi, David. You know, there's just so many, Qin Gong, for God's sake. You know, there's so many low rarity units that, like, no matter what you're doing, they can be a very useful, you know, unit. So they get lots of screen time, if you will. They get usage, man. They get mileage. And then you have Phantom. right? And you have fucking Phantom, and he's just over there. There's that one guy that uses him, but you know everybody else, not at all. You know, looping with Phantom, doing like 5 damage a turn. What sucks is I actually like Phantom of the Opera though. A lot of the units that I like end up sucking, to be honest. You know, Sanson, Phantom, Geronimo. Geronimo's not as bad, but he's still bad. Geronimo's almost worse though because he's like good enough that it like teases you, right? It's like, oh man, this could be a thing, but it's not really good enough, right? Because you know, it upgraded NP, got a nice effect, heals the team, but you know, got the art up for it. You know, that's all fine, but it's just not enough, right? Like you need some more oomph. When is the next class banner on NA anyways? May? Yeah, it could be worse. After case files? I don't remember that at all, but you know, it's been a while, so. Should have taunted with Chin Gong, because these are casters. No way they're killing George. Dude, this is just endless filler, man. They could have double crit and he still would have lived. I'm gonna try to keep one of them alive. Maybe they kill him this turn. Bergblurg, thank you for the Bergblurg, thank you for the 5 months, man. They did not even attack George. Oh god, I hate them, dude. Yep, 400 damage. So impressive, man. How threatening. Yeah, the class banner is just the easy. It's so easy to get Antonio from that. It's no effort at all. It'll be tough, but I might be able to kill him here. Dude, I'm bored out of my mind with the gameplay. Like, this sucks. And this is what new players get, man. It's even worse, though, because they're still going to be summoning strong supports, but they'll be using their own units, so... So don't! Solo America with Phantom. There's a few riders here and there. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen anyone have issues with those horns. Not a lot of people need them. You know, the rate that you get them in events and drops is really high, so like the ratio that you have, when they're in an event shop, the ratio that you're given versus how many need to be used, you know, is so in your favor that, yeah, I don't think anybody has a problem with those. Yeah, you could if like, you could have an issue with any map right when you start, because you might just coincidentally pick like 3 or 4 servants that all take that mat, and then you haven't even done an event yet, right? And let alone had it in the event shop, right? So at the beginning of an account, anything can be a problem. But when you play, you know, any kind of in the long run, you know, gold mats are never an issue, and especially that one. Yeah, their mats are backwards. You're most likely, in the long run, you are most likely to have issues with bronze mats, and silver's in the middle, and then gold is almost never a problem. The only time gold is a problem is when a new gold mat is just added, right? And you got the new servant, because the new servant's going to use the new mat. So, but what happens to me all the time is they add a new gold mat, and then I don't get or want the new servant that's associated with the new mat. And by the time they add a different servant that I do want, that mat's been out for quite a while, and I've already got a bunch of it, and I wasn't even trying to. Like eggs, I've never ever had to farm eggs, not once. I have never farmed an egg stage, and but I have like 100 of them, and the few characters that I have that use eggs, if there's ever an issue leveling up their skills, it's probably skill gems, not the eggs. Like Jason, no problem, right? It's just because like there's only like 3 characters now that use eggs that I care about, I think. If that, might not even be that many. That's a lot of damage. By the way, the command code actually applies the burn damage before the normal card damage, so you instantly get the Yang CE on that card. That's why it's nice to have it on more than one card, generally. Sometimes that's not necessary, though. Kind of depends on what you're doing. Yeah, most command codes will activate before damage. Even if their animation shows after, they're actually being calculated before. And an easy way to tell with that, at least for the Yang CE, and even some other ones, is the damage icons that pop up, right? When you hit someone, it shows which buffs are affecting that damage. And you will see the Yang CE special damage icon pop up, even when they didn't have burn yet, but you're applying burn with that hit. I should have cast this last turn, but let's be real, this stage is not going to be hard enough for Canis to be pushed on value here. I'm not really worried. You know, she's strong, they weak, or they die, or, you know, whatever. Why you gotta crit me? Why you gotta crit me again? I could have gotten my NP there. Like, yo, those guys have a crazy high hit count unless they crit. I guess I wanted to make more stars just to be fancy, but I guess we'll do the old shield bash here. Yeah, 0 damage. That's not the problem though. I just wanted that MP gain. Let's see if we can win without the NP here. Should not be a problem. Or she could fail every goddamn crit. Nice fucking crit chance. I mean, I will say, in her defense, she almost killed it anyway, which is pretty nuts. But yeah, that was lame. Yeah, we had a 90% in there and it didn't work. I think it was 70-90 or something. What the fuck, dude? All that damage and it wasn't even a crit though, so that is cool. I tell you, part of me wants to give her faux pas just because I think she'll be so powerful with faux pas, but I really want to give him to Mori because it's kind of between Mori and Billy, because Billy doesn't need them as much, and Billy's more about the NP than the crits, but it's really fun to make Billy's crits even better. And Billy's one flaw is that his you know, inherent attack stats kind of low, so adding 500 attack to each card, you know, is another way to offset that and just make Billy a more well-rounded unit. But getting pinnacle Mori damage though, because Mori can capitalize on the higher attack stat by quite a lot, so. If they weren't so rare, I wouldn't cry if I had a Phantom with faux pas. You gotta remember, when they reran the K&K event, and so Shiki was added. And the event gives you like Void Dust because Shiki needs Void Dust. I gave that Void Dust to Phantom of the Opera instead of Shiki. Because, you know, it was just time to get Phantom in the game. But yeah, once Ku's done, because he's almost finished with Faux Pas, it's really hard for me to decide who to give him to next. Because I like, you know, Mordred's cool, Canis is cool, Billy's cool, Mori's cool, you know. And they all use it fairly, they're all somewhat normal card focused. Billy's probably the least normal card focused, ironically, even though a lot of people think he's all about crits, but he's actually way more about DNP. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very undecided. You know, picking Ku first was the easiest decision ever, right? That took no effort on my part. If they add any new gameplay mechanic at any point, that's obviously going to Ku as well. There's a part of me that has actually wanted to grail Proto Ku again on my main account and 2K fo him and everything. The only reason and if I only had one account, I would have done that forever ago. But because I've got him level 100 and already 2K fo'd and on my old sub account, like, I'm not sure that's necessary, but it'd be cool to have them both on the same account. Nice and neat, if you will. Go on, BB slot machine, make the 5 stars, although I don't think I'll need them, but hey, it made them anyway. Click all of the buttons. I mean, I wouldn't complain about Summer Spartacus. We have no command codes on our Buster cards. That's sad. I certainly have some crit ones just laying around I could have slapped on her. And when you have all these buffs, having like a nice extra chunk of damage from your command code, it's very noticeable. You'll see a good, you know, 20, 25, even 30k boost. Hey man, Ushi gained clothes when she got her summer version, right? You can do that for the guys too. So I would like to point out that over the years, they have made like 9 costumes for Mordred where she has some form of a suit, and none of those have ever been in the game, right? Like, at this point, there's like too many to count. Because like a lot of the Camelot movies and the New Year's stuff or anniversary stuff, you know, they've had a lot of opportunities to do that. And then APOC specifically, everyone got like a fancy casual wear, right? And obviously Mordred's an APOC, right? So they've made like a million different suit designs for Mordred, and you are never getting a single one of those in FGO because they don't charge for skins, so we don't ever get skins, so it feels bad. Chiron's was really good. I like all of the APOC ones were really good. Like I don't think any of them were bad. Jack was way better. Like Jesus Christ. Massive upgrade for Jack there. Jack's not my favorite character, but yeah, the upgrade was pretty big. Because yeah, Mordred got a suit for anniversary, I think, and then a different suit for the APOC thing, where they all got costumes. And there's a different one for the Camelot movie, and I know there's another one that I'm just forgetting. So she's gotten at least 4, I think. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Arcade actually gets costumes though. That's the difference. It's a Phantom stage, clearly. Actually, a level 100 2K FOD, faux pod, command code, all that stuff. He might be able to do this, even though there's casters. If he was that upgraded, you know, they only have 100k. He actually might be able to pull it off. You'd have to work pretty damn hard, though. If Bagel was here, I would do it, because he's got a maxed out Phantom. But he doesn't play FGO much anymore. Bad times, man. It gave me debuff resistance. That does nothing. And even if I got debuffed, I could use my third skill to remove whatever debuff we got, so. I do really like that Mordred has debuff clear, man. Debuffs can just be so cancer, and just being able to click button and get rid of it is pretty swell. I'm hating, though, that I didn't give myself command codes. Like how the only Buster animation we ever did was the kick. Edison is not a weak servant though by any means, but yeah, Karna is pretty pretty high on the tier list there. Although in this story, just like in Chaldia, Karna is not at full power by any means. He gets ganked, feels bad, man. Hey look, we got more horns that we will probably never need. Because we'll probably never get down to 2 horns, right? Like those 2 horns, we'd have to get down to 1 horn for it to be meaningful, and I would imagine this account will never get to that point. Because this account's not leveling many units anyway, so. Okay, let's see, what are we on? Chapter, I think 16 now? The slow grind, man. I thought London was bad. This is, and I didn't really play London off stream any, but I played this one a good chunk off stream. Still hacking away at it. But yeah, we'll keep this account at Gawain until I find something I want to make a video for. Or really until I want to make... What I'm hoping happens, at some point I'm planning on making a Mordred versus Camelot Lantoria, because I've made like Mordred versus Artoria videos, but they're never actually the Camelot one, which is the best one. And so if Lantoria gets an animation update, I'll probably make it then, and I'll put a lot of effort into the editing and stuff, and I'll make something fancy and whatnot. So whenever that happens, then we probably will move on from Gawain. But I'll try to make a video for Gawain too in the meantime. I can think of plenty of units that would be good enough to show off or whatever. Okay, any chance they could kill Shingon? Maybe. It's only got 1,400 health, man. I don't think Canis can beat Gawain. We'll test it though. Like, why not? We'll see how far she can get. Has Ku as well. He can actually get farther than you might think, but I tell you, damage resistance plus counterclassing is just brutal. You're just doing no fucking damage. Like, it's absolutely atrocious. Actually, I probably could have killed them both, so I don't think I should have done what I just did. I'm hoping somewhere around the second movie they're going to update Lantoria's animations or something. That would be the hope. But as some people have theorized, they might be too lazy to do that because they're like, oh, but then we'd have to update the Camelot version one. That's what I'm hoping. Well, if they're gonna be like, oh, okay, if we're gonna have to update the Camelot one because she looks different, we might as well add Lion King as a costume. If we're gonna put in that effort, we might as well get some, you know, worth out of it. And then we get a Lion King costume, and even better. So that would be a good day, man, if they would update Lantoria's animations and add a Lion King costume in like an event or something. That would be pretty great. Because Lion King's get-up is so much better than regular Lantoria's, in my opinion. And her eyes are glowing green. I mean, come on now. Yeah, giving her a buffed NP wouldn't hurt either. That That'd get people rolling though. I'm telling you, if they put out an update and they're like, yep, Lantoria costume, Lantoria animation update, Lantoria buff, that'd get people to roll. Trying to make as many stars as possible, although I don't think I'm going to need them. Ow! I like how he healed himself and gave himself defense down when he had full health. Well, I could potentially get more overkill, so I'll take it. I don't know when the next stream is. They might announce that though tonight, I think, or tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the last day for the event, so we might find out soon. Would not surprise me though if it is just something kind of placeholdery like Case Files rerun, but we'll see. I'm kind of dreading a Case Files rerun. I didn't mind Case Files. I like Gray and everything. It's just it's not that fun of an event. And there's not, aside from buffing Gray, there's not much I see them doing in that event that I'm going to really care about. But you never know, they do some pretty random stuff and when it comes to like animation updates sometimes, so we'll see. Yeah, if they added Flat, I would be so happy, but I don't think they're adding him until Fate Strange Fake, because ultimately he's a more prominent character in Fate Strange Fake. So I don't think they would do it. Maybe though, we'll see. Maybe they'll tease a little bit at Fate Strange Fake stuff if they did add him. I tell you what though, yeah, if they did add Flat, I would change my tune real fast about my hype level. I would, that would change. Like, who doesn't like Flat, man? Like, holy shit. Should be able to do 20k. That flat damage thing on there. He crit, so didn't matter. Yeah, Buster gets more star gen from overkill. About it though. I like how the only way for Buster to get NP gain is if you have an art card first. Otherwise, no matter how much NP gain up you have, they will never get NP. Rough times, man. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I need to get water. I'm gonna run to the restroom and grab a snack. But I'll be quick about it. Chapter 16, man. Okay, I'm back. So I was just thinking about something. Do you all think? Okay, so Caesar has a pretty low rank in charisma, which makes no sense, right? It makes absolutely no sense. I think a big part of why that happened was because he was a day 1 unit and he was a low star. And day 1, they like tried to screw over low stars and they wanted to incentivize going for high stars. I really think the only reason his charisma skill is low rank is because he's a 3-star. You know, but you might say, well, Darius though, Darius is a 3-star and he got a high rank of Golden Rule, but he also didn't have a 3rd skill. And I think when I think there's a, I haven't really looked, I just now thought of this, but it would not surprise me that like Medusa canonically has a high rank in monstrous strength. They couldn't not give her a high rank in it because she was already created, but they didn't give Medusa a 3rd skill. Right? Like that's like when they had to give them a high rank of something that was like something that you also saw in 5 stars because you know Gilgamesh has Golden Rule, right? And a lot of the 5 stars had pretty basic toolkits day 1. And so I think a lot of the times when they had to give units like, oh, this is the exact same skill this 5-star has. Canonically, it's literally monstrous strength or it's Golden Rule, so it has to be the same, and it has to be a high rank. They would just not give him a 3rd skill a lot of the time. But yeah, it's ridiculous that fucking Caesar has a low rank in charisma, right? It's just silly. But yeah, I feel like if they made Caesar today, they wouldn't do it like that. Let's try Canis versus some Sabers. Let's see what happens here. Remember when Medusa though didn't have a 3rd skill and didn't have an upgraded NP and didn't have an animation update? Bad times, man, bad times. She's a little bit better now. Yes, I remember, now shut up. The Dark Ages. But yeah, I guess NA now has all of her stuff. They've got the 3rd skill, they've got the animation update, they've got the buff. Although I guess she might get buffed again someday. That could happen. I'm not sure what you would even... Like, what would you even need to buff on her? Because she's pretty... The only thing she doesn't really have is survivability. I mean, she has some survivability in the stun. It's not exactly survivability, but it kind of is. Yeah, I don't really know what you'd do beyond that. But she's in pretty good shape, I would say. She's a really good 3-star. Yeah, she's very good at her role. She's a 3-star AoE rider, and she's a very damn good one. You know, she's not such a good AoE rider that she spills over into single target or something, but you don't really need every unit to be like that, so. Defense down on her stun. You know, that's not a bad idea because that means if the boss is immune to stun, it at least does something. It also represents its lore very well. Because I'm sure that's why you thought of it, because Fury obviously stays up to date on Medusa stuff. But Medusa's eyes, if the target doesn't get petrified, it at least it lowers their stats, so it weakens them, right? Because like a lot of people they either have enough mana not to get petrified, or they're not surprised by it, or you know they have skills to stop it. But generally speaking, if they don't turn you to stone, they'll at least nerf your stats. So that would make sense. Like, hey, you can't stun them, but you get the defense down, right? And it plays into how her thing right now is she's a pretty offensive AoE rider. You know, she doesn't really have survivability, but she gets her NP quicker than most because of the battery skill, and then her NP hits harder than most because it's quick, it's upgraded, and she has the big attack up. So then also having a defense down. So yeah, I would like that actually. That wouldn't bother me in the slightest. I think that's a totally fair buff. And she's always had a little bit of team support, not much, but she makes an okay amount of stars, and she gives the team the star gen, and then she does crit down, and crit down helps her teammates. So also giving them defense down, that works pretty well. I don't want them to add Sir K, I mean, in the case files rerun, just because I'd rather they focus on like normal Sir K. Now maybe they add just full-on normal Sir K just because of his loose connection to case files, and in that case I'm totally happy and we're all good, right? But I'd be worried they'd overly case file it up and be more like K add instead of just Sir K, and that would, like, what a waste. But yeah, maybe they just straight up add normal Sir K during case files because he's loosely connected to case files in a way, so I'd be down for that. And that would free them up, even if he's in Lost Belt 6, that would free them up to not have to rate him up in Lost Belt 6 and add someone else, right? So yeah, that'd actually be fine now that I think about it. I should have cast my third skill last turn. I'm not very good at this. Because I'm not paying attention. Watch this fucking damage though. It's not be a saber, but I think we're about, and we don't have our attack ups, but I think we're gonna end this. Yep. Easy peasy. Yeah, but Saber Deermid isn't a Fate Zero character. But they added him there anyway. Yeah, Medusa's pretty lucky, to be honest. Now that she has been buffed and she does have a third skill, you know, she's sitting pretty there. And isn't her riding skill is really high, so that's another that's a very noteworthy thing, right? Her riding skill gives her plus 11% to her NP damage. That is no joke. So she has an upgraded NP. It's quick, which does the most damage. And then she also has the large attack up, and she has the 11% from her passive. So yeah, her NP hits pretty fucking hard. And you get crit down out of it too, so, you know, fuck yeah. Yeah, A+. Yeah, that's like the meme too, so. So if we had the Canis CB, we would be able to make 4 stars beyond what we're looking at right now. See where that would put us. Wow, 36. Shit. You combo that with a Star Absorb command code and you're at least getting 1 crit out of it. I'm just gonna NP, so I guess it doesn't matter. Hey, Lost, what's up, man? Thank you for the gifted sub. Wait a minute. Was that because... No, it's not. You can't be... No, you can't... That's stupid. I realized that might... You son of a bitch. CB is cheating. That is bullshit. I'm not even referring to the Canith thing, right? And see, now if I say that there's 2 of them now, right? What's the meme? Like with the Jedi, now there's 2 of them or something? I can't remember exactly how it goes, but you know, that's kind of the... Why did they have to make an actual one, right? That's what I'm getting. Why did they have to do that? This is getting out of hand now. Yeah, now there are 2 of them. Yeah, pretty much. Can we get a Canith servant? It's never gonna happen though because they added rains, so. No cool Mercury monster thing for us. Oh, hi Scath. And I forgot about this part. What an awesome opening hand. Scath, are you strong enough to kill 2 taunts in 1 turn? She got what it takes. She's only level 45. What? Attila at the end of Septum is a higher level than that, and I'm pretty sure she has more health than that. Although maybe she's just 100k. I can't remember if she's 100 or 200k. Oh, damn, though. She at least killed 2 of them. Alright, now we have like a fair 1v1, except Scath got a free NP tick, but we have crit down, so I guess fair enough. It's gonna be very easy though. She needs like 3 times the health or break bars or something. I could have just killed her that turn. Definitely could have killed her right there. Well, she did not do jack. Video got corrupted. That's unfortunate. I've had a few, man, I had that awesome 1 to 3 star setup with 1 to 3 star craft essences. No one was grailed or anything for the Kingu fight. And it got corrupted. That was one of the few videos I've had that got corrupted. I was so upset about that, dude. It looked like Scath had like an America flag hairpin because of the background. More horns, dude. I don't know if her stage 3 makes the noise. I don't ever use Mordred stage 3, so I don't know. I guess you have her costume as well. That's no armor either. It probably does because they could kind of just justify it as like the sword moving like in the hilt clanking. We're getting there. Why do we get this hand so much? I don't even. I like how all we've been fighting this entire time is Irish stuff. We're in the America Singularity, but that's not what it is at all. It's such a lie, dude. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine if they had made like their first Singularity for Japan, but there was like no Japanese servants in it, and it was just the Irish invasion. Like, they would never do that, but, you know, of course, over here, they don't give a fuck. Look at this guy reverse gripping short swords. What a nerd. They're kinda daggers. Hey, at least Canadians are on the right continent. George probably could 1v1 one of those trash mobs though, because if you were actually playing George, you would, you know, use the evade and the heal and all that kind of thing, so. It'd be tough, but he could probably pull it off. Hey, look, they're dragons. Normally we do like 22-ish K, but because it's a dragon, even if we didn't crit there, we would have done quite a bit. As a Canadian, I'm not sure we exist. Feels bad. Look at them giving me 100k QP. Yeah, the punch plays way after on that one. I oftentimes edit that NP sound effect if I have it in speed mode in the video because it's the sound is so off. Beowulf would have a very bad time against Achilles because, you know, if there's plot armor, anything can happen, but, like, Achilles just is way too fast. I mean, there's just no way around it. I mean, Achilles is just way too fucking fast. He is so much faster than Servants. Like, it's just insane. Like, the only one that comes to mind that could really keep up with them is, like, Edmund, right? Like, and we've never seen Achilles go actually, like, all out with his speed. We've only ever seen him go 30%. And when he went 30%, he was so much faster than Atalante, and Atalante is fast as fuck. So, yeah, I mean, him at 30%, he was so much faster than her, she could barely keep track of him. And if he's not capped at 30%, because, you know, Chiron shot him in the heel like a dick. But yeah, so if he's just way too fast. Like, Beowulf is really strong, and he's got, you know, fronting and all that, but yeah, it's not gonna, it's not gonna work. Also, Chariot is broken, but you know. I don't think even Enkidu could though, because like Enkidu could get like A+ agility, but I don't think that's even close to Achilles' speed. Because let's see, what is Atalante's speed here? I can't remember just because they changed it in FGO, but in APOC, right, it's just the boar thing is just ANP. I'm trying to remember if it augments her speed any. So inherently her agility is A. Let me look into this real quick. Yeah, A+ is twice as fast as Atalante then though. Like, that's how, you know, plussing escalates things quite a lot. Let's see. Where's the she has a lot of NPs, man. Like, Jesus, she has a lot of NPs there. Okay, there's the right one. Let's see here. B+, blah, blah, blah. Gives her Manus enhancement. So it should theoretically make her faster because it gives her A rank Manus enhancement, and Manus enhancement increases all of your stats. So she should indeed be faster when she has the boar activated. So it's not clear exactly what her agility stat becomes and how fast she does become exactly, but she certainly is faster than her initial speed. So she's well above the norm, and she, again, with Achilles not being at full speed, Achilles being at 30% speed, is so much fucking faster than her. So yeah, I just, he's ridiculous, man. Yeah, I know, it's kind of weird, Fury. But yeah, with Achilles being pretty heavily nerfed, even she is pretty damn quick there, and even she could not keep up with him. So yeah, I don't think Beowulf has a chance. And when you literally can't hit the enemy, you know, it's kind of a problem. If Beowulf could, you know, hit him, you know, you'd have to hit him in the heel, right? So it's a lot of problems. Harunting, though, could be useful if he was able to get close enough to use it, though. Or, it's easier to just call it hunting, but that's such a, I don't know what the fuck is with that NPC's name, dude. But yeah, I don't think Beowulf has a chance. Most people don't, to be honest. Yeah, Atalante had a bad time in APOC, man. Yeah. You know, she's a pretty, you know, good heroic spirit, but yeah, Chiron definitely one-ups her quite a bit. I mean, literally Pent and Achilles already fought, and Achilles won. That's like the thing. And it wasn't even close. It was like a complete blowout. And presumably he didn't even need to use his comet form or any of that. So yeah, I don't think Pent has a chance. You know, plot armor might help her out, but without plot armor, there's no way. Doing bonus damage to Greek males doesn't help you when your opponent is a million times faster than you and is way more skilled than you. Also has a chariot that can run you the fuck over. And has a shield that can block literally anything you can throw at him. I didn't get my NP, god damn it. It's not impossible to beat because, you know, some people have divinity, some people also have massive AoE attacks that, you know, oh, you're fast, I'll just blow up literally everything, right? And then some people got, you know, certain, you know, hexes and spells and tracking things. You know, there's certainly ways to beat Achilles, but Achilles is very high on the totem pole. But I mean, he's Achilles. Why wouldn't he be? Like, literally, why would Achilles not be one of the strongest servants out there, right? Of course he is, so it's not that surprising. But there are plenty of things that can beat him because, you know, he's not immune to everything by any means. And, again, giant-ass AoEs, especially from servants that have divinity, are a huge problem for him. And you've got ganks from, like, assassins and things like that. You know, he's not... It's not like he sits around in his comet form, blitzing all over the place all the time. I mean, he barely ever uses it because he doesn't normally need to. It's kind of like Gil like that. Like, literally, he uses his comet form, like, twice in all of APOC. Although, even without it, though, he's still, you know, fast as fuck. And, you know, like, I wish the anime had done a better job, because the scene that really sets the bar to just show that Achilles is one of those, he's one of those servants, right? He is so much above the norm, right? You're not beating him with a normal servant. Is his fight with, Frankenstein and Siegfried. It's a lot more detailed in the book, and even the manga, for God's sakes. And it makes it just crystal clear that he is just so above normal servants. And he's not even trying, right? He's holding back dramatically in that fight. He's not using his comet form. And he outclasses them so hard. It's like, it's hopeless, right? But that scene in the anime is over like in a blip of an eye, right? You blink and it's over. And so you don't, yeah, sure, you see he's stronger than them, but they don't really sell it like the manga and the book does. Like in the book, Frankenstein loses her will to fight because they're losing so hard. They're like, yeah, she's like, this is hopeless. Like, you know, it's like trying to stop a meteor with a handgun. It's like, you're not even, there's almost no reason to try at that point. But then Chiron's like, no, we got this. Or I got this. Although ironically, Chiron ends up dying to Achilles, but you know. I mean, Frankenstein can think fairly logically. She can't speak she don't speak so good, but yeah, she's not completely fucked in the head. Doesn't really work that way for her. Yeah, Hercules would easily and happily accept the spear 1v1 condition stuff. And, you know, the spear allows you to set what conditions you want. And they would... I guarantee you one of the conditions would be no God hand. And they would both happily agree to that. And then Achilles probably wouldn't, you know, have his... probably wouldn't use his comet form or whatever, and things like that. And I don't know what would happen. Honestly, I'm not sure exactly what terms they would agree to, but they certainly would agree to something. And they would definitely, you know, one me bra, and I don't really know how it would turn out. So that would be awesome to see, to be honest. Yeah, she gets really raw in combat. Be nice if we could actually get, you know, Archer hurt for more than like a page. It's the saddest thing, man. He's actually in Face Strange Fake, but for such a short period of time. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Cruel fate. Stay night. I mean, the black team really wasn't fucked. They're fucked depending on like here's the thing. A VC Brawn is so broken that if they were smart with a VC Brawn, they could have won with just that. I'm not kidding. Like, if you get Adam to stage 3, you win. The problem is you also lose, because unless your objective is the same objective as Adam's, you don't want Adam getting to stage 3, right? Now, I will say, if, and they even say this in the book, if it's just like stage 1 Adam, Karna could kill Adam with just his NP alone, if he was stage 1. And maybe even at stage 2. We never see stage 2 Adam, and they don't detail... Yeah, they talk a lot about what would happen if Adam made it to stage 3, and they show a lot of Adam in stage 1, so we have a good idea of those two. We don't really know what stage 2 is like, right? Because it's somewhere in between, right? So it's not... it's kind of hard to say where that is. So it wouldn't surprise me if Karna could kill Adam, though, in stage 2. We know we can kill him in stage 1. We know he cannot in stage 3. And, yeah, so stage 2 is kind of a question mark, but I suspect he could do it. But it doesn't take Adam that long to get to stage 3 once he's activated. So what you would just do is you don't activate Adam and go run to your opponents while he's in stage 1. You run away from your opponents until he's stage 3. And then you go, well, actually, you don't need to find your opponents at that point, because now the world's completely changed and it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, so if you actually were wanting to be on Team Adam, you would have Adam go away, and then you'd use all your servants to just buy time. And like, if an assassin gets by, they can't do anything to Adam anyway. The only thing you'd have to stop from getting to him is Karna, really. Nothing else could do anything. The problem is, yeah, the black team wouldn't want Adam to make it to stage 3 once they realized what Adam was. So that's not really a black team victory. That's an Earth Adam victory, not a black team victory. So yeah, if you cut Adam out of it, black team don't have a fucking snowball chance in hell. Vlad's strong and everything, but they're fucked, right? Like, you could have all of the black team versus just Karna and Achilles, and Karna and Achilles would win. So yeah, the black team is fucked. I remember there was that that deathmatch video of, what was it, Eggman versus Dr. Willy, and their pick was Metal Sonic wins. not Robotnik wins. It was Metal Sonic wins. Yeah, that's kind of what would happen with Adam, right? Red team doesn't win and black team doesn't win, Adam wins, so. Keep the Berserker alive. Hope it gets the job done. They had Jack. It was just Jack sucks. And she was off doing whatever the fuck. I think she died for nothing. Very, very unhelpful. I don't know what, dude, the team balancing, I don't think they intended for the team balancing to be that bad. I don't think they just thought it through, right? They weren't really thinking about what was on paper. And they were just relying on, you know, Hollywood magic and, you know, plot armor and the power of the pen. But yeah, the way they set up the factions was incredibly stupid. You know what could have really helped even it out? Some of the cut servants that, you know, they yeeted, you put them on the right factions. George was originally going to be on the red faction, if I remember correctly, but if you would put George on the black faction... Like, what do you think's better, chat? Trapface or St. George, right? It is over... It's not even close, dude. George is a really powerful servant, and Trapface is so, like, beyond average. I don't think average is even right. It's probably a bit below average, really. But yeah, George would have been a nice, nice well to even that out a little bit. But, can't have nice things. Yeah, Kentucky on, yeah, put Kentucky on the black team, put George on the black team, That's still not enough, though. That still absolutely is not enough to deal with Karna and Achilles. But that helps. That definitely helps. It would be less of a like it's like, how are you supposed to take those teams seriously? The thing is, they don't tell you how strong Achilles and Karna are initially, so you're not supposed to know how bullshit it all is. You don't really learn how insane Karna is until, you know, nearly the end. You know, they make it clear that he's strong, and, you know, dude, I love this scene. It sucks that none of this is in the anime because it's all in Amakusa's head. Like, on the outside, Amakusa acts really normal, and because there's no internal monologuing in the anime, you completely miss this aspect of the scene. But the scene where Amakusa is explaining, like, his plan to the Red Faction, you know, in the anime, he seems totally calm, and, you know, antagonists got no problems, right? But in the book, they make it clear that he's actually pretty worried because not only could Karna kill him with a thought, Karna can tell when people are lying. So he has to be, you know, he better, you know, play his cards well in this conversation, otherwise he's, you know, dead meat. Like, he's well aware that if he doesn't say the right things, Karna is going to end him rightly. So yeah, that scene is way better in the book than it is in the anime. Yeah, I think that these straight up said they didn't want the Trio Saint thing because we thought George would be like a monkey wrench for the whole, you know, Joan of Arc, Kamakusa foil thing they have going on. But I'm like, it would have been better. I think it would have been way better to have George in there as well. Okay, what am I doing here? Should kill all three. We've been killing all three pretty easily with Beowulf. Yeah, Arjuna would have been a cool thing to do. He didn't have a design yet, though. Like, all that stuff about Arjuna and Karna, that didn't exist because they had not come up with Arjuna's stuff. But yeah, if Arjuna had had a design back then, he probably would have put him in it. Yeah, I don't think you're right, Fury. I do not think Semiramis is aware. She knows Karna's strong, but she doesn't, you know, she's not like afraid of him. She should be, but yeah, she doesn't, as far as I'm aware, she doesn't know. She's a little too cocky for her own good there. Yeah, he could literally blow up the entire castle, like, no problem, and her and Amakusa with it. And yeah, Amakusa is well aware of that. And I mean, in that scene, he wouldn't need to do that. That's the thing. Karna would not need to use his main NP to kill them both. He could literally, like, just fire his laser eyes and throw his spear, and then they're both dead just right there. They're like, what are they gonna do? Like, they don't got a chance there. Achilles is the only thing there that can put up a fight against Karna, and he could potentially win. It'd be very difficult because of Karna's armor, right? But Achilles is so fast, and he's got the shield and all that kind of stuff. I would love to see those two fight if there was no plot armor, right? Because honestly, in APOC, the winner would be whatever, which depending on how they want the plot to go. Like, if they still want Karna to do things, Karna's going to win. If they still need Achilles to do things, Achilles is going to win, because welcome to storytelling. But yeah, if you could have that properly animated, and that would be really cool to see, because, you know, Achilles would really struggle to do a lot of damage to Karna, but Achilles is just a bajillion times faster than Karna. But then Karna's got a million NPs in the AoE, but then Achilles does have the chariot and then his shield. That would be great. I would absolutely love to see that. My guess is what would probably, like, if not, it's not like Karna's just gonna whip out and immediately fire his main NP. He's not gonna do that, and it'd actually be very risky to do that, because if Achilles attacks him while he's using it, Achilles could just instantly kill him. Because again, Achilles is unbelievably fast, and when he's powering it up, he doesn't have his armor on. So Achilles could literally just decapitate Karna like that if he tried to use his main NP. But for dramatic, in an anime, for dramatic effect, they're not going to do that. You know, it's like, you never attack the magical girl when she's transforming, right? That would be bad manners now. Anyway, if Karna fired his NP and Achilles used the shield, I suspect that Karna's NP would win. It might not kill Achilles, but you might say, but they already clashed. But when it hit the shield in APOC, That's after already being offset some by galvanization that Zig has that he absorbed from Frankenstein that's making his NP stronger. And then his NP is stronger because he's closer to being like the true Siegfried than the servant was, so his NP is stronger. And he's got a command spell, so the NP is even stronger still. So his NP was already being offset somewhat by all that. Now they make it very clear that Karna's NP is very much stronger than even the super hyped up Siegfried NP. But you know, if it wasn't for all that, I don't think the shield would have done quite as well as it did. So if it didn't have that help, I think it would get through the shield, because it breaks the shield. And even after all that stuff, the shield is still broken from Karna's NP. Like, it's gone, it's nuked, it's, you know, shattered, that's it. So if the NP was a bit stronger than that, I think Achilles might get fucked up some. Yeah, that is one big problem with Karna, is his mana efficiency is absolutely terrible. But presumably you'd have good masters for both of them. Now, see, Achilles' mana efficiency is terrible if he uses his chariot. It's fine if he doesn't. But basically, Achilles' chariot is one of the weirdest NPs out there. It goes way beyond what its rank suggests. It basically says it has no cap on how powerful it can be. Basically, it can go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, and there's really no cap to it. The cap is your mana. Like, that's the thing. The cap is the mana. And it says it gets to the point where it takes... To use the chariot as it ramps up, it'll start taking the mana cost of what it would cost to summon a servant. Which I will remind everyone, no master has the mana cost to summon a servant. They can't. They have to offset the mana cost with the Grail. The Grail has to help them. Now, Medea was able to do it, but that's because Medea tapped into a ley line, and also Medea is Medea. But generally speaking, ain't nobody has the mana reserves to summon a fucking servant on their own. Like, not even close. So the only way to use the chariot at that level is if you've got like a master with unlimited mana, or you have the Grail, you know, or you're connected to a ley line, or, you know, some nonsense like that. You know, you're never going to have enough mana to do that, and it can potentially go, you know, even farther beyond that, and so it can theoretically get to some ludicrous bullshit damage, but you're just never going to have that kind of mana. Like, there's just no way. Yeah, it'd be a really interesting fight, because even if Achilles is fucked up after Karna's NP, Karna's fucked up too, so. A lot of people, I've seen this on my own Discord, people have gotten this wrong. People think they have retconned Karna, that his armor comes back after his NP, and it doesn't like fuck him up anymore. It's not true, that still all happens. It does canonically not happen in FGO, but that's because he's not being summoned properly in Chaldea, and it just straight up says this. He cannot be summoned properly in FGO, and as such his NP is much weaker than it normally is. But a trade-off to that is because the NP is weaker, his armor is not permanently destroyed, and it doesn't fuck him up anymore. Now that's also a contrivance to explain why you can use his NP multiple times in combat. Like, literally, it's kind of bullshit. They're literally just trying to explain a gameplay thing, why like your armor immediately comes back after using it, and why you're allowed to use Karna's NP over and over again where you normally can't. But yeah, I don't like when they try to explain gameplay stuff like that. It normally just results in making dumb lore. But it's kind of reasonable, because they've already established that Chaldea is a bad summoning system. And the singularities are fucked up and everything. So yeah, when Karna gets summoned... Yeah, I've just seen it so many times, people saying they retconned it. They did not retcon it. It is just, in FGO, whenever he gets summoned, he's not able to use his NP at its fullest. It's still powerful as fuck. It's still EX rank. It's still really strong, but it's not as strong, and his armor is only temporarily removed, and he can actually use the NP more than once. But that's not normal. Like, if you summon him in Fate Stay Night or wherever, that's not going to be the case. And yeah, Karna's other NP is yeah, it's A+, so, you know, it's pretty top tier too. And he can fire that one really easily too. It doesn't take a lot of charge time. Karna's pretty crazy, man. He's got the eye stuff and, you know, mana burst and all that good stuff. It's just, Achilles is just so fast, you know, it's very hard to... A lot of Karna's things would never be able to hit Achilles, so it's pretty tough. But yeah, I don't know who would win. I don't really have a firm... I'm pretty 50-50 on it. I might lean a little bit towards Karna, just because his NPs are just so strong and so large. And although Achilles does have the super shield, I think it would still probably hurt him if he used it. Now, again, if Achilles just if you don't plot armor, Achilles could attack Karna while he's charging his NP, and I really don't know what Karna's going to do about that, with Achilles being a speeding bullet. If he tries to just throw his NP out, he just get decapitated, and that's that, so... Yeah, I don't know, I still pretty 50-50 to me. That's true, I guess there is a chance that Achilles would use his spear against Karna. I don't think he would, I'm sure he would, once they started fighting, I'm sure he would respect Karna and everything, but because of their abilities, I think they both would see it as an opportunity to, like, go all out. And I suspect they would just do that. And they're not exactly on the same wavelength with like the way they like see combat and stuff. So I don't. They might not use it. Now, if he put it forth, Karna would probably agree to it, depending on circumstances maybe. But it wouldn't shock me if they ended up using it. But I wouldn't. I don't see it being nearly as likely as like if Achilles used it against Herc or something. But if they did agree to it, I don't know what the fuck the terms would be. And they would probably come up with something they thought was fair, and then God knows what would happen. At that point, though, I'd probably favor Achilles just because he's so skilled that I feel like if you start putting in, you know, handicaps, I feel like he's going to be advantaged at that point. Not that Karn is a slouch. He's not. He's very skilled and all that nonsense too. One real issue with Fate, if you remove plot armor and just, you know, narrative, you know, guiding where things go, is so many NPs are just capable of killing each other. So, so if you look at two random servants, it is so common that both of their NPs can kill each other. Now, because it's rare that servants have, I mean, it's not super rare, but it's decently rare that servants have abilities that allow them to dodge really, really far, really fast, or have like a really powerful defensive ability. Like, you know, Tesla has an EX ranked defensive Noble Phantasm. So Tesla can easily defend himself against, you know, a bunch of random nuke NPs. But most servants don't have that, so it's almost like whoever fires their NP first is going to win as long as they can hit it, right? Only some servants are like really, really, really quick, or have really, really, really tanky, or have a defensive NP, or, you know, and sure, there's a decent number out there, but it's not that many. So it's very common that if you take plot armor out of it, both NPs are super capable of killing each other. And so then it either comes down to who uses it first, or which NP is faster than the other, or if they clashed, if they were like two laser beams, which one would overpower the other. Because some NPs are just not going to clash with each other. Like, you know, some are just shot into the air and go underground, or, you know, or hexes, or, you know, whatever the fuck. You know, they're not always going to directly have a muscle off, right? And so in that case, it's whichever one goes off first a lot of the time. So it's almost lame, right? Like, some of the NP stuff would just be, it's like, well, they used their NP and the other one's dead, and that's that. Plot armor is always a lot more, though, than just, you know, oh, this should have done more damage than it did, or whatnot. You know, it's just, it's like what they decided to do, where they went, why they, you know, it's the power of the pen, man. It's a big thing, so. Yeah, without plot armor, Gil's gonna win. I'd say Enkidu, though, would have one of the best win rates, because he's not caught. Because Gil, without plot armor, is not gonna be as stupid and stuff as you see him all the times, but he's still gonna be cocky, and he's still, you know, not gonna just whip out Aya whenever he needs to, and things like that. And he's still so ridiculously strong in that context, he's still probably gonna win most of the time. But I would say Enkidu would ultimately have a better win rate if there's no plot armor, just because Enkidu is more serious than Gil is. And then Saber. I think Saber would be so up there, dude. I cannot think of very many people that can beat Saber. I mean, he is nonsense. Like, first, completely ignoring. Let's take out literally his main Noble Phantasm. The main reason Saber, you know, Buddha is so scary. So just ignore his EX rank NP for a moment here, right? He still has the artillery NP, which that alone is just crazy. It just can bombard the shit out of you, right? That's a pretty powerful NP right there. And then he's got, you know, extreme martial arts skills to defend himself. He has an aura where any enemies around him will have their stats nerfed by 2, which is devastating. Most servants cannot afford to have all of their stats lowered by 2. Like, that's just ridiculous, right? You go into like E and F ranked stats at that point, right? It's just pathetic, right? And if you happen to be an anti-hero, your stats are only lowered by 1. but that's still bad, and there's not that many anti-heroes. And then he's got like, he's immune to like mental interference. He's got so many fucking things. He's like, you know, because he doesn't have emotions like normal people, like most mental stuff is completely useless on him. He's just got so many fucking abilities, dude. It is ridiculous. And the stat thing alone is just such a problem. Like, when your stats are that weak, a lot of times you're not gonna have the mana to even use your fucking NP, for God's sakes, right? So it's pretty messed up. And then you have his actual Noble Phantasm, which is one of the wackiest Noble Phantasms that has ever been. It's basically a soul, you know, it's not a brute force thing. You can't block it with a shield, right? It's basically a soul enlightening thing. And basically no one really known can survive it. And even though it says there's like certain types of people, like Kiara and Gilgamesh, for example, would take massive, you know, bonus damage from his NP. But even if you don't take any of that, it's still probably going to kill you. Or it doesn't really kill you, it enlightens you. You go to Nirvana, theoretically. He enlightens you to death. But yeah, from what's described, really no one that we know of can survive it. And, but yeah, if you're like Kiara or Gilgamesh, then you're really in trouble. So yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, here, I'll link it. Let me find it. I do like, though, how he has two... Everyone thinks of his EX rank Noble Phantasm, but he's got the other one, too, which is pretty large scale and can mess with things quite a bit. There we go, there it is. And yeah, that's right, he's got a defensive skill that drastically reduces damage, and that is combined with his stat drain. So, yeah, the dude is pretty tough. Yeah, the only things that can really survive his NP or not be enlightened, it's like things that aren't... They don't have a humanity to them. They don't have like a robot would be fine, right? You know, it's kind of tied to like, you know, people's emotions and that kind of thing. So there are things out there that won't be affected by it, but that's very few, and almost no servants are like that. Because it even says things that aren't alive only have a small chance of surviving it, right? So it's like, even when things are in your favor, like the best they can be, it's the way it's described is like you're still probably completely fucked. And then if you're, you know, the opposite of that, you know, very worldly, then you're omega doomed. That is and he's you know, he's supposed to be a super strong servant because he's you know, a big deal. But I'm glad they did that because he's, you know, he's Buddha, for God's sake. So more than fitting. I like how Chen Gong took 0 damage. That's great. Because yeah, it says there's only a slim chance if you're not alive, so. And if that doesn't work, he's still got the artillery spam, you know, lasers everywhere, and then the martial arts and the stat drain and all that. Can we just get Buddha in FGO, please? Like, he is definitely one of the strongest servants that they've... I've always said if there's no plot armor, and if there's a servant I can think of that has a real chance at beating Gil, it is Saber. Now, it is certainly possible that Gilgamesh has some, you know, bullshit Noble Phantasm that completely counters, you know, Buddha's Noble Phantasm, but maybe it doesn't, right? And so that is... Normally, most Noble Phantasms out there, there's clear-cut things that we've seen in Gate of Babylon that can stop them. But right, I don't see any clear-cut thing that Gil has that we know of that could stop Buddha. Now, that being said, there's a lot of things Gil can do that Buddha couldn't necessarily stop either. Like, you know, Gil's got the teleporting swords and the mana draining nonsense and, you know, Aya, and, you know, it's by no means do I think Saber's like, oh, I can just casually beat Gilgamesh. Like, not at all, but it seems possible that he could, so that's pretty, with no plot armor, right? And that's pretty rare, so. Yeah, that's why Saber is like immune to Kiara's charm stuff, is because he He hasn't like kind of gone beyond his emotions and stuff. He actually has. He's like the one person that is completely immune to all that nonsense. They both have counters to each other though. They did that on purpose because their CCC is like parallel to Fate Extra, right? It's not a sequel. They're like they're parallel to each other, and Saber and Kiara are like the opposites of each other, and they both have counters to each other. I would, if they fought, I do think Saber would win though, because again, Ice-G has absolutely no way of dealing with his NP. So I think that would be a pretty big problem. I should have cast Guts. Oh my god, I could actually die here. Oh boy. So if he only crit me once, we would have. Oh god, he had 3 actions per turn. I could have absolutely died there. So if he had done those 2, so he crit for 6k, and I have 12,000 life. But he didn't have the crit up and the attack up here. So if he had cast those 2 and then hit Beowulf, I could have absolutely died there. Yeah, Buddha intentionally loses in Fate Extra. He's basically wanting his master to get some humble pie, if you will. He has absolutely no intentions of winning in Fate Extra. Even though he's behind a lot of what's going on in Fate Extra, but yeah, I gotta say, Buddha's pretty entertaining in Fate Extra because, you know, he's obviously behaves as you would expect Buddha to, but there's a little bit more to it in there, which is pretty funny. Actually, the thing about with Emiya Alter, it's not that it would fail, it's like he has a chance of surviving it, if I remember correctly. It's not that it's just not going to work. Even with the Moon Cell power-ups, I don't see Emiya doing so good. Also, theoretically, Saber could have Moon Cell power-ups, and especially with how his other NP works, that wouldn't be, and then you're really in trouble, so... Pretty sure though that's why they gave him the artillery nonsense NP, is just so he has some straightforward bang bang pew pew. Yeah, I remember them talking about Emiya Alter some, but I don't even remember all the like everything they said about it. But I know what you're referring to, but I don't remember the details of it. Yeah, it's funny though, because Buddha only lets him summon him because he wants to basically teach him a lesson, so... It's a mess, man. I think they might release Berserker Coup someday. I really did not think they would when they made Coup Alter, but with them referencing him again, with Coup Alter, right? Like Coup Alter basically saying he's afraid of regular Berserker Coup. They might. I think they might. They might get around to it at some point. Now, this is a long shot, but do y'all think there's any chance that they surprise us and in Lost Belt 6 or 6.2 or 6.9 or whatever, because, you know, we know Caster Coup is going to be in Lost Belt. That's a fact. We know Caster Coup is going to be in the Lost Belt story. That maybe somehow things with Caster Coup result in... I was saying no before I've even said it. But is there ever a chance that, you know, they have Warp Spasm stuff come into play and then get Berserker Coup out of nowhere that way? That's a lot of no's. I mean, the thing is, they've hinted at them using Berserker Coup. They absolutely have, right? Now, that doesn't mean they do it in Lost Belt. You know, it could be something they do way later or for an event or whatever, but... We'll see. I think there is a pretty decent chance that someday we'll see it. It could well, though, be a very, very far way off. And again, if it wasn't for that, with them hinting at it again recently, I would say no, because like they already, you know, they never had any delusions of trying to like act like Coup Alter was Berserker Coup. They didn't. They made it very clear that he was not that. They even referenced that fact, you know, immediately. But the fact that they have Berserker Coup talk about, or Coup Alter talk about regular Berserker Coup in his interlude, that gives me some hope there. So. What's sad is some people don't know because they didn't read Fate Stay Night and that kind of thing. They're not and they don't pay attention to like the details of what happened in America. A lot of people think Coup Alter is Berserker Coup. A lot of people think that, even though they were pretty clear about that not being the case. But that's actually quite common that people think Coup Alter just is Berserker Coup. It's like, you're killing me. America was a mess, that's true. But I mean, it's in his bio, for God's sakes. Hey man, we gotta get through America here. Like, we're definitely probably gonna. Well, I'd like to do Gawain one time at least tonight, but we might have to do it next stream because this is taking so long. And it's not like Gawain is the first thing you see in Camelot. He's very early in Camelot, but he's not that early. I would really like to get to Camelot though. I'm so sick of doing this filler, boring crap, dude. Oh hey, look, it's Coup Alter. Time to punch him in the face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 4. Pretty sure Gawain's chapter 4. It's the only Ascension stage of Coup Alter that I do not completely hate. I wouldn't say I like it, but it is significantly better than his stage 2 and 3. It is, and people can like whatever they want. You know, I'm not offended by, you know, Coup Alter's design. You know, they can make whatever they want, it's fine. But I cannot fathom, I cannot get on the same wavelength as to why anyone would like Coup Alter's stage 2 or 3. I just do not understand. It is so stupid looking. Like, why does Coup Alter have like a pimp coat? Right? Like, what? Like, it's awful. It's one of my least favorite designs in FGO. I know some people like it, and good for them. I'm not trying to attack anybody, right? If they like it, that's fine. I'm just, you know, a lot of things that I don't like, but I can still see why someone likes it, and I can kind of see where they're coming from, right? I cannot see where anyone's coming from if I can Coup Alter stage 2 or 3. But yeah, I mean, I'm not like, oh my god, you like Coup Alter, we can't be friends. Like, no, I don't care. You know, it's fine. It's just, my god, is it not my cup of tea? Tesla goes actually really ham on the Demon Pillars. He uses his EXNP and it like, and he doesn't use it at like its full power, but he still uses it at quite a big one, and he smacks pretty much all the Demon Pillars. But he actually says there that if he used it at full power, he could basically wipe out the continent. Pretty strong NP, by the way. That's not really, see, that doesn't really make any sense to me, King, because, like, that means nothing, right? Like, that doesn't make something good, right? Like, the absence of something else doesn't make something else good, right? It needs something of substance itself. Like, for example, let's say I really didn't like, let's say I did not like this fountain pen, right? Let's say there's a fountain pen that I really didn't like. I'm just like, fuck this fountain pen. I hate the design, you know, the color, the way it feels in your hand. I just hate it. That doesn't mean I like a horseshoe because it's not that fountain pen, right? And yes, that horseshoe is very different from this fountain pen, but nothing about that has anything to do with if I should or should not like the horseshoe, because that's so irrelevant, right? Something being different just to be different, or that's nothing, right? And things need to be good on their own, right? This needs to actually have something in its design, like, oh, hey, I like this, right? Instead of being like, hey, this is totally different than that. That doesn't make it good all of a sudden, right? That's just being different. That's what I always say about, like, subverting expectations. It's not inherently a good or a bad thing, right? If you just do it for the sake of doing it and it's not applicable, then generally it's quite bad, actually, right? Fucking Tsukihime on this fountain pen. Do you all think they're gonna change that in the remake? Like, for real, because you know this scene is, you know, that it's, the remake's coming, right? The remake's coming quite soon. So, is the chair, is this chair gonna be in there again, right? And to such an extreme level, or are they gonna eat it? And if they do eat it, or if it's still there where they water it down. Oh hey, thank you for the raid, man. Unfortunately, we're not using Phantom of the Opera right now, but I'm on an alt account and I'm trying to get through America as fast as possible so I can actually have fun with bosses later on that are more interesting. So I'm kind of just blasting through this nonsense. But thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Basically, this account has nothing leveled, and so Beowulf and Canis are basically just murdering everything for us. Do y'all think Arjuna will do literally any damage next turn? I'm going with no. So I could definitely kill Arjuna this turn, but let's not do that. Let's do the attack down and see if Arjuna can get anything done here. So I'm hoping for 3 damage. So he's got triple attack down, and we have our damage cut. Now, I wish he had crit. I wish he had Buster crit. That would have been his, I wonder if we can face tank this in P. We don't have the attack down anymore. I would have liked to have seen that, because it's AoE. We're counterclassing. We have damage cut, and we have 30% attack down, but, sadly, we don't have the attack down anymore. We would still live, though, because we've got guts, but... Alright, I think we just end him rightly now. Even if he procced insta-kill, it wouldn't matter. Guts stop insta-kills, though. You took so much damage there, dude. Who needs Buster Chains? Okay, we're almost done. We're almost free. And at least Camelot is hard enough that while we try to get through the stages to get to Gawain to actually mess around, we'll do silly solos and whatnot along the way, like going neutral and whatnot. Because the stats there are high enough that it's not a total joke. I disagree firmly that Karna is the second strongest servant lore-wise, and I don't even see this is pretty clear because you've got things like, you know, Enkidu, and there's really no world where Karna, like, this is the thing about Karna versus Enkidu and Gilgamesh. So when you're comparing how strong someone is overall in the lore, it's not about how you do 1v1 against that other thing. It's not like, oh, Tesla can beat X, therefore he's overall stronger than X, right? He might just counter X, but then X would do better against like every other servant, right? So it doesn't really work that way. There's really no world where almost any servant is on par with like Enkidu and Gilgamesh and their overall power, because they have the most versatility that like any servant can have. Because it straight up says for Enkidu that his clay can be molded to make any item, you know, on par with the variety and stuff that's in Gate of Babylon. Any kind of effect, because, you know, Gate of Babylon has all these crazy effects with like shields and time warping stuff and teleporting items and all this bullshit. All that crazy variety from Gate of Babylon and firepower can be completely matched by Enkidu's clay, and he can equally, you know, make that stuff out of the earth. And he also takes no mana because he gets it from the earth, so he can use his abilities as much as he wants without worrying about mana. And he's got the tree, and the tree, I don't think anyone would disagree with this. Enkidu's tree could easily block Karna's NP, along with basically every other nuke NP out there in the Nasuverse. And then you've got, there's just so many OP servants now. You know, you've got Buddha, right? I think Buddha easily is overall stronger than Karna. Not that, I mean, Karna's no bitch. Karna is very, 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 very powerful, but I mean, Saber's NP will end just about every servant ever, you know, just like that. Even Karna, because Karna's damage reduction thing doesn't work against Soul Enlightening shenanigans. So I would put Karna in like the top 10, most certainly, maybe even top 5. But it's almost impossible to make an exact top 5 though, because it gets so apples and oranges, and it gets so, you know, not everything's defined well in the character material books, so it's kind of bullshit, you know, plot armor and all this nonsense. So other than like, you know, just how nonsense Enkidu and Gil is, after that, I would tie a lot of them, right? Like, because it's like, there's no way to really say like who is stronger versus some of these, you know, because they're so OP and it almost is irrelevant. Like, oh man, this one can kill you 3 times over. It's like, that doesn't really matter, so. But yeah, I would definitely put Karna in the top 5-ish. Yeah, I know that the true strongest noble phantasm is the pen, right? You know, you can plot armor, you know, anything. But when I try to evaluate someone, I would try to, you know, base it off of like what's in their character material book, what's actually there, right? What's actually in their bio, you know, because they can plot armor anything and have things randomly get, you know, stronger and weaker, have this character just act like a moron because they need them to, or just like, wow, Ku just didn't use that one ability that he has for some fucking reason, right? Like they do that shit all the time, but you know, welcome to storytelling. That's not even unique to Fate. Yeah, I would say Arjuna is kind of supposed to be tied with Karna, but I do think Karna overall is a bit stronger, but they are very close. Karna's armor is just so good. Another big drawback to Karna, and this is also another reason why I would never put him in like the top 2, is because his these just make it crystal clear, his mana cost is ludicrous. Like, his armor is a constantly active Noble Phantasm that you cannot turn off. So it's like he's NPing non-stop. That's just, I mean, that is just such a huge fucking problem, right? Like, you have got to be one hell of a master, otherwise Karna will just kill you from the mana drain. That's a real problem. That is a massive negative. Where there's a lot of other servants, like Tesla. Tesla has almost no mana problems because he has one of the best galvanization style skills out there, and he can absorb, not only can he absorb mana from the environment, but he can absorb mana from his enemy attacks. Like, his galvanization skill allows him to not only defend himself, but get mana from his opponent. It basically says if the enemy attacks Tesla with an attack that's, like, not physical, like if it's an energy attack, a magical attack, you know, if it's lightning, if it's just a magic bullet or a spell, he will convert it into mana and just absorb it. Now, he can't do that if it's a physical thing, like, you know, a wooden stick or a bomb, bomb casing anyway. I guess the energy from the explosion he could absorb, but you know, physical objects he can't do that too. But so Tesla's got an EX rank attack Noble Phantasm. He's got an EX rank defensive Noble Phantasm that can completely encase him in lightning, and it's EX rank for God's sakes. He can absorb his enemy attacks and get himself mana from that. You know, he's got Pioneer of the Stores, I think EX rank or A+ or some bullshit. Like, so I would say Tesla's stronger than Karna overall. It's close, but I mean, Karna's over there murdering your mana supply, and then Tesla's over there doing the opposite. And then both of their EX offensive NPs are both shown to be just devastatingly strong. Tesla says he can wipe out a continent with it, for God's sakes. So, because of the mana cost issue, I'd say Tesla's probably ahead of Karna as well. And although Karna's armor is awesome, you know, Tesla has got his defensive stuff too. Yeah, I wish we'd actually gotten a proper Tesla versus Zeus, but unfortunately, they didn't want none of that, so... Feels... I like how Tesla doesn't even... No explained reason, because, you know, as we were saying, you know, plot armor, the plot dictated that Tesla wasn't supposed to be important there, and he doesn't even use his Noble Phantasm, right? Zeus is like carpet bombing the place, and Tesla's sitting here with an EX rank defense Noble Phantasm, and he doesn't even use it. And he just dies to a generic, like, AoE attack from Zeus for no reason. It's so dumb. Like, it's so dumb. That happens to Billy in the American Singularity. You know, Billy's got Mind's Eye, and it says his NP allows him to, like, slow down the perception of attacks, and it says if it's dodgeable, Billy can dodge it, period. That's what his NP does. That's, like, its effect. And then he just dies to generic shots from Arjuna for no reason. They don't even explain it. He just randomly dies to Arjuna just because. And they just have, like, one sprite shake and make an arrow sound effect, and the other sprite shake and Billy dies. It's like, that makes literally no sense. There's definitely a world where you could say Arjuna could beat Billy, of course, but not like that, right? It's just lazy writing, man. George, you're killing me. Let's just let George die here. We won't kill the enemy. Yeah, after like really reading Tesla's character material book, I really do think Tesla is really up there for one of the stronger like normal servants. Because again, EX rank offensive NP, and it's clearly way stronger than most EX rank NPs. and it also can be used defensively. He can not only defend himself by absorbing his enemy attacks, but it gives him free mana back. You know, Pioneer of the Stores is basically a canonical plot armor skill, so that's good. You know, pretty damn impressive servant there. The only real drawback to him is his stats aren't so good, because he's a more modern servant, so like, yeah, his stats are not too impressive. I rolled for Tesla on my ult, but not my main, because he was split rate up. I love Tesla to death, and I would love to get him NP2, but split rate ups are bullshit. Like, they're bullshit. I could spend, you know, 1,000 SQ and go nowhere. I'm not gonna risk that. You know, my ult account I don't really care about with my SQ, so I threw like 600 SQ at it, and like 70 summon tickets, and I didn't get a single copy of Tesla, by the way, which is why I don't go for dual rate ups if I actually give a shit. Yeah, I got Omakusa twice instead. So yeah, I as much as I love Tesla, I was happy to, it was just obvious I should not roll on him because the odds are just so bad. So like between all of my ult accounts where I just threw random summon tickets and SQ at it, no one got Tesla a single time, and that's not even rare, right? With those statistics on dual rate ups, that's, I guess, pretty plausible. Ozzy gets a Rosh NP'd and Arthur NP'd. It's a bad time, man. So I'm not sure what the source of this is, and most of the character, I have not seen a direct translation of the character material books of this, so I do not know if the wiki is right about this. And this was not on the wiki until like a little while ago. I have no idea if this is true. I need to ask some people that read Japanese to see if I can figure out if this is true or not. But and I've heard this before. I've heard this has been a dispute I've seen in like hardcore Fate fans on if Proto Gilgamesh is said to die or not when he fights Arthur. So some people have said that the character material books say that, or because the prototype material book is way more detailed than most material books, because at the time I don't think they ever planned on making prototype. So they kind of wanted to like give people an idea of what prototype was, right, and kind of spoil some of the plot points and stuff. But people have said, and I don't know if they're getting this from a Natsu interview. I don't know if they're getting this from the character material book. I do not know where they're getting this from. But I've seen people say this on Beast Slayer and stuff, and this is what's on the wiki now, but they don't have a source. Normally the wiki will cite their sources, and you can literally look exactly where they're getting this information from. And oftentimes it's correct. A lot of times they cite their sources, and the source does indeed confirm what they put there. But they have no source for this, so I'm very skeptical of this, especially because I've heard both. So many people say that Gilgamesh survives his fight with Arthur from the OVA. And some people say he dies there, and that's him dying there is what summons the beasts and stuff. But what the fucking wiki says right now is that not only does Gil survive there, which I will say is believable, because once Gilgamesh and Proto Gilgamesh is said to have that ultimate survival skill where he just a certain number of times he just cannot die, so he can basically get blasted by, you know, Proto Excalibur, you know, which is EX rank, and just survive just because that's what his NP does. So I can buy that he could potentially survive there. But it says that also Protoku is still alive, which I know for a fact they've never confirmed Protoku dies. They say, you know, his master dies, he teams up with Arthur's master to try to save Arthur, right, when he's altered, and he fights Herc and Arthur. And never, as far as I've looked into that one, I've never seen anything that confirms that Protoku dies. But I've never seen anything that confirms that he survives beyond that point either, because they just stopped talking about him at that point. But the wiki is saying that, and this also is confirmed, they've shown that this does happen in Prototype. All the servants from Fragments, shadow forms of them, like evil versions of them, get summoned at the end of Prototype. And the wiki claims that Proto-Ku, Proto-Gil, and Arthur all fight the shadow servants. So it's basically Gilgamesh, Arthur, and Proto-Ku versus Arash, Ozzy, you know, Serenity, Hohenheim, all that nonsense, but they're, you know, shadow kind of versions. And I know that those people do get summoned. That is a confirmed thing that will happen in Prototype. But I don't know about that Proto-Ku Gilgamesh thing. And I've just seen so much weird stuff. I've seen contradicting stuff about Proto-Gil and if he survives there or not. And as far as I was aware, nothing, and I think this might be where the confusion comes from. As far as I was aware, nothing confirmed anything. Like, the character material book did not confirm if Proto-Gil died there or not. And the OVA doesn't either, obviously. But we do know that Proto Gil has that survival skill, but maybe it's already used up, and or maybe, you know, Excalibur's hacks, you know. I think some people might just be assuming that he lives there because nothing confirms that his ultimate survival skill had been used up yet. So I think some people might be assuming it. But I don't know, maybe there is an interview with Natsu, or maybe it is in the one of the character material books that I'm just unaware of. But there was a lot of stuff with Natsu that's not always translated well, so maybe it is a thing, and that'd be cool. I mean, it'd certainly be more believable than Arthur beating all the fucking servants on his own. That, you know, that'd be some bullshit, but why did I cast all my skills on wave 2? Oh god, I may have thrown. We may lose because I did that. Uh-oh. Yeah, a lot of servants are dead by the time the Aussie stuff happens. Yeah, he gave Arthur the Philosopher's Stone, so Aussie's NP seal nonsense wouldn't work on him. Because normally, unless you have an ability, unless you have an inherent passive or something like that yourself that can stop, you know, things like that, the only way to stop Aussie from sealing your Noble Phantasms are if you have Divinity. And Arthur does not have Divinity. He also doesn't have any stuff that would counter that thing anyway, so he gets it from... The only way Arthur could beat Aussie, like, mano a mano, is if he fought Aussie before Aussie had cast his Reality Marble. And then he actually could potentially win quite easily at that point, but if Aussie's got his Reality Marble up, there's really no way for Arthur to beat Aussie. It's just not really possible. There's just too much stuff inside that Reality Marble. Arthur doesn't have access, because Excalibur's amazing, you know, Proto Excalibur's nonsense, and it's super crazy strong and everything, but, yeah, there's just... Okay, good. We can still handle this. Our guts will be enough. And I still have evade too, so we should be fine here. I'll just go for a double kill. I don't know why I did it in that order. And yep, there was no reason for me to do it in that order, because if I didn't land the crit, which I was very likely to crit there, by the way, but I should have just I should have normal called the middle one and then feed the back one. But I was being lazy and I didn't want to click buttons. It's fine though. Oh, never mind. 3 of a kind bonus and first card buster bonus is really strong. But it wouldn't have mattered. If I was 1 turn behind here, I still got evade, so I'd have been fine. I mean, really, Arthur will pretty much always get at least 6 seals off. If you look at the known seals, it's basically impossible for Arthur not to have at least 6 seals off. And it's actually incredibly easy for him to get more seals than that, which is a huge mistake on their part. And a lot of times they contrive and just act like he doesn't have more seals than that released, but most of the seals are just nothing burgers. Like, wow, don't be fighting an elemental, which is the fairies, like the Lady of the Lake and stuff. The fuck? When are you ever going to be fighting one of those, right? So generally he's going to have at least 6 seals off, and he gets EX rank at 6 seals. Now, obviously more seals mean even further into EX, and that's much better, but just with 6 seals, he will be pretty fucking devastating. They really need to change. Proto Excalibur is such a... They really should just change it entirely, in my opinion, because, you know, if you make the seals too contrived and hard to get, then it makes the NP terrible. But then as they are now, you just have them off like all of the time, and it's just like a super OP EX thing all the time, and that's kind of silly. Because I gotta say, Proto Excalibur is shown to be significantly stronger than most EX ranked Noble Phantasms. Now, not necessarily stronger than like the absolute top dogs and stuff, but from seriously, what they have shown of it, it is nonsense, right? Like without, I gotta be clear, without all of its seals off, it is powerful enough for its afterburn. Let me stress this. It's not its shot, its afterburn is strong enough to offset the EX rank Noble Phantasm from Proto Gil, and then for the blast itself to go all the way into fucking space and to blow up the Noble Phantasm up there. And the thing is powerful enough to engulf the entire city. That is nonsense, right? That is so much stronger than most EX ranked NPs. Because again, that's not the blast, that's the fucking afterburn. It's not like he fired it like straight down a line. He fired it straight up into the fucking air. And I gotta be clear here, Proto Gil's NP is not a bitch NP. It's fucking EX ranked as well. And it is just straight up said to be just like a devastatingly powerful NP. I think Proto Gil's NP is stronger than most EX ranked NPs that we've seen. And then Arthur's absolutely, you know, bitch slaps it. when it's not fully unsealed. That's the crazy thing, is that's with Arthur's NP not being fully unsealed. So I think Proto Excalibur is definitely one of the more crazy OP bullshit NPs out there. It's just, you know, it's not, you know, especially getting all of its seals off. That is really contrived. Like, good luck doing that. But getting like 6 or 7 seals off is easy. But getting all of them off is, you basically have to be fighting 666, which, surprise, surprise, Arthur's big antagonist is B666, the like perfect thing to have every seal off. Who knew? So apparently what they've said, I was reading what they've said about Arthur in Chaldea, just like how Karna is different in FGO, and he's not being summoned with, like, he cannot use his NP to its fullest, but because of that his armor comes back and he can use his NP multiple times and stuff. What they said with Arthur is basically he's been granted the status of 6 seals are off all the time, but that's it. Like, Arthur just, in FGO just has 6 seals off all of the time, and it's like that no matter what. But I suspect some special bullshit will happen if he does locate the beast or whatever. Then he probably will be allowed to have more than 6 seals off for that. But basically in FGO, no matter what Arthur is fighting, he doesn't have to meet any requirements for his seals. You know, he could be fighting an elemental, for God's sakes, but he will get 6 seals off. But even if he was meeting the criteria for more seals, he would not get the seals off. So he, in FGO specifically, like the FGO world, he's being granted kind of like a temporary status or something, and it basically just gives him 6 seals off all the time. But I strongly suspect if they have some fancy thing with, you know, a prototype collab or you know, fighting 666 in FGO, he'll, you know, like, now he's being granted, you know, his normal status or whatever, right? So it's, I doubt it'll be like that forever, but for like, that's their way of justifying like his standard gameplay, having the 6 seals off and everything. And again, I don't like when they do that, when they try to make lore to justify like dumb gameplay contrivance things, right? So kind of iffy on that one, but you know, welcome to FGO. I mean, there are other things that could allow them to block Ozzy's nonsense, right? And obviously also just servants with divinity. But yeah, they clearly picked Hohenheim and gave Hohenheim those abilities so they could have a counter to Ozzy, so Arthur could win, right? Like that's plot armor, right? That's contrivance, right? Now, stories are inherently contrived. The idea is you don't want it to be on the nose, right? You want it to be stealthy. You want it to feel natural. You want it to feel believable, even if you are just like, oh yeah, I cherry-picked all these little things just so it'll all work out this way, right? Yeah, I gotta stress this. Ozzy is OP as fuck, right? Yeah, he does get hard countered by certain things, like people with divinity and big AoEs and stuff like that. But most servants just have no chance of beating Ozzy. Like, none. Like, you can't. It's just like how Herc, a lot of servants just simply have no way to get through God Hand. A lot of servants simply have no way of fighting Ozzy. It's just impossible. Like, he is so nonsense. I think he's actually weaker in FGO as well. A lot of the OP servants they make weaker in FGO because of, oh, Chaldea's weird, man, right? And the whole singularity stuff. But yeah, he's got his sphinxes. They say this. He has many sphinxes, and each sphinx, well, actually some of them aren't, but the big guardian sphinxes are stronger than the average servant. Them alone are stronger than, like, Boudica would lose to a sphinx. Like, easily. If Boudica just tried to 1v1 one of his sphinxes, not Ozzy in his entirety, but just one of his sphinxes, the sphinx would win, right? And then on top of that, you know, he can seal all of your noble phantasms. He can, like, poison everybody. He's got, like, a railgun that can fire anywhere inside his reality marble that is, like, as powerful as like, a regular Excalibur, right? It's just, like, he is so... And then he's immortal. He's immortal unless you kill all of his sphinxes or destroy the reality marble, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Because a lot of people that could beat him, that don't have divinity, that have things that could beat him, can't beat them because their NPs get sealed, right? If they had access to their NPs, they could be like, oh yeah, I got this thing, and that gets by all of his nonsense, and that would kill him. Or it's a big AoE, and you could blow up all the Sphinxes and stuff. But their NPs are sealed, and they can't do jack shit, so... But yeah, if you have any form of divinity, Ozzy's NP seal does not work. And that's, and I'm sure they did this on purpose. Ozzy is very susceptible to giant AoEs. Like his all the Sphinxes will die, and the reality marble can be destroyed, and he doesn't have like a big defense like barrier he can put up. He's got defensive stuff, but nothing like that's gonna stop, you know, Karna's NP or anything. But he gets around that by sealing their NPs. But yeah, if you have divinity, you have like Arjuna would wreck Ozzy because not only does Arjuna have divinity, so he does get his NP sealed, but his NP's a massive AoE, and he gets around defenses anyway. So, and it's stronger against people like Ozzy. So yeah, like Arjuna would wreck Ozzy very, very, very easily. But that's one thing I kind of dislike about Ozzy. He's almost boring to talk about because generally Ozzy either wrecks your shit to the point where, you know, the other servant doesn't have even the slightest chance of winning, or they have divinity and a big AoE, and then, you know, it's the other way around, right? So I kind of dislike that, how Ozzy is, but it is what it is. And I'm kind of worried Canis is going to be like that. Canis doesn't have a character material book, but what they've said from Canis's bio, she seems really extreme that way. Like, a lot of servants seem like they could not even possibly harm Canis, and she's got all kinds of OP stuff. So, and if you're not blessed by a sea god, or you don't have some hacks that get around defensive stuff, you can't even hurt her. So I'm hoping when her character material book comes out, they give like some drawbacks to it. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that, Fury. He's got like the Mega Sphinx, the boss Sphinx. Yeah, so here's the thing about Artoria. People are just wrong about the sealed stuff with Artoria, and this is really dumb. It's a mixture of misinformation, not understanding what's actually there, also in Type Moon handling it very poorly, and, you know, making shit up after the fact, right? So this is what we know about regular Artoria's Excalibur. In Fate's Stay Night, and like Fate Labyrinth and stuff, it's not sealed. There is not only is it not sealed, there's no mention of it. It has a character material book. It's not sealed. You can physically see on the sword there's no seals. You can see the seals on Rongo Bongo and on Proto Excalibur. They do not exist for regular Excalibur. It's not a thing, and they're not mentioned ever in Fate's Stay Night. And if they existed, obviously her Excalibur power range would have been different. When she fought Gilius's monster, you know, Excalibur would have been different than when she used it, you know, in other places and stuff, and that's not the case. It is just a set A double plus Noble Phantasm. Now in FGO, just like how Karna is different and Ozzy is different, and how what's his name, Herc is different. Herc, you know, the whole situation in FGO, they can't summon Hercules like he normally could be summoned, and he doesn't have God Hand. You know, Karna's Noble Phantasm cannot be summoned like it normally is, and so it's weaker, but his armor, you know, comes back and that kind of thing. Artoria's in the same boat, and she does have seals in FGO, where she normally doesn't, but she does have seals in FGO, but it makes her sword weaker than it was in Fate's Stay Night. I don't know how everyone misses this, and they're very clear about this. An inherent Artoria in the FGO world is weaker than she is in Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night because she is sealed, and her NP goes from A double plus, which I will remind you is like, I think, a power rating of like 150 or 200, right? Which is way above A. A is just 50, but her Noble Phantasm in FGO, Artoria's Excalibur in FGO canonically is A rank, which is just a power of 50 for God's sakes. Now you eventually, you know, can unseal it, and then it goes back to being regular A double plus. Now some of this, I have to remind everyone, that was a day one interlude, which day one interludes are trash, and a lot of day one interludes don't make any fucking sense, and they just made shit up. Like here's an example of another day one interlude, because this is all in FGO. So in Ku's bio, it straight up says that Ku cannot use his runes. And again, that's unique to FGO. If you haven't noticed, there's a lot of stuff that's unique to the Chaldea system and the singularities, and they do this for like gameplay reasons and balance reasons. And you know, Herc doesn't have God Hand. Karna doesn't have his super Omega nuke. Ku doesn't have his runs. You know, there's loads of this stuff in FGO. You know, Artoria's NP is sealed when it normally is not. There's loads of this stuff in FGO, and that stuff is just unique to FGO, and it's just to make things more balanced or what. It's kind of, a lot of it's dumb though. I think it's dumb. A lot of it's bullshit and it's stupid, and they didn't plan ahead, so they contradict themselves everywhere, which I'm getting into. So it says in Ku's bio, Ku, unlike normal, Ku normally does have his runs, and he's been shown to use his runs in Fates of Night and Unlimited Blade Works and stuff. But Ku does not have his runs in FGO. It says that in his fucking bio. And then in his interlude, they try to justify why this is. And they basically say because in the FGO world, right, because it's not the Fates of Night world, it's not APOC, it's in the FGO world, he's been summoned canonically as his Lancer self and as his caster self. And they're like splitting it, right? And so they're both weaker than they normally are because they're like being half. Now, that is dumb, and this goes back, and again, day one FGO, it's just dumb. They're trying to come up with excuses to explain gameplay stuff. And then at the time, I think they were trying to explain why they were 3 stars, because obviously Ku should be stronger than a 3-star. But they say something that just doesn't make sense. It's just bullshit. It's just bad writing. It's nonsense. Because if Ku is split like that, and Ku is like weaker because of that, why aren't all the other servants that way? We got a bajillion versions of all the other goddamn servants. Why aren't they, you know, being split up that way? It literally doesn't make sense. And they will never reference this again, and they never have. They said that in Ku's interlude. And it might have been Scaff's interlude, actually, because Ku is heavily featured in Scaff's interlude. I don't remember which one, but in one of the two, it's mentioned there. Because Scaff is like, why are you so much weaker than normal? And that's the whole shtick. Anyway, but they never mentioned it again. They probably never will, and they probably regret that they ever did because it's stupid, right? Because Artoria should be a 1-star at this point because there's so many fucking Artorias. And why is Proto Ku a 3-star? Because he's a different Ku, right? So he's not connected to all that. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's day 1 FGO, and then making this even worse, Ku uses his runs in his animations. Sometimes when Ku casts a skill, he marks the runes on the ground like he does in Fate Unlimited Codes, right? When he used like the 1v1 run that buffs himself in Fate Unlimited Codes, they do that animation in FGO. He didn't do that originally, but his animation, it's obvious. I don't think they even remember saying that Ku's runes are sealed here in FGO. I think they forgot that they said that. Right, that was just some bullshit explanation to try to explain why he's a 3-star. They forgot years later. They're like, oh, yeah, let's make a Ku animation update so he looks better. Oh, remember in Fate Unlimited Codes when he marked the runes on the ground? Yeah, that'd be cool if we put that in FGO. Reference that. Yeah. Have him use the runes. There you go. And they just forgot. And they just forgot. It's just bad consistency. It's stupid and it's dumb. I think it's the same thing with Artoria. I don't think they were thinking at all. They were just trying to explain why it was her NP A rank instead of A++. And like, it's sealed. There you go. Because they never mentioned it again. It's just dumb, right? Why? It's in no other context has that ever happened. Now, thankfully for them, you can explain it with the same way how Karna is weaker in the Chaldea world than otherwise. You know, Herc is weaker in the Chaldea world than he is normally otherwise, and so on and so forth. So it's just the same for Artoria. But yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense, and it's stupid, and they'll never reference it again. And it's just, you know, day 1 FGO is really dumb. Like. The Ku thing blows my mind. Like, Artoria's day 1 stuff is pretty stupid, but Ku stuff is so nonsense. It's like, his bio says he doesn't have his runs, his interlude or Scaff's interlude tries to justify it in a really nonsensical way that literally doesn't work. It can't be true, because if that's true for Ku, a lot of the other servants should be like 1-stars, right? Doesn't make any sense. And then in his animations, he actually uses his runs for some fucking reason. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to, you know, rectify this? Like, how are all of these things supposed to be relevant at the same time? It's just bad writing. That's the thing. I love Fate, but sometimes you just have to accept Fate is written very badly sometimes, because you got 80 different writers. You know, they didn't care. You got to remember, and this is a fact, because Type Moon was not even involved at the beginning of FGO, right? They did not give a fuck about the writing FGO day 1. You had all these stupid justifications for trying to say why, because nowadays they'll have really powerful servants be low stars just cause, and really servants be high star just cause tits, right? And they're fine. They don't justify it anymore. Now they're just like, yeah, it's just sales, you know, it's whatever. You know, like you got Hot Wheels, which is crazy strong. He's way stronger than a lot of the 5-stars out there, but he's a 4-star. But that's because he was relative to God Juna, right? And when God Juna, you know, one of them had to be the 5-star. They're obviously going to make it God Juna. You know, they don't try to justify this stuff anymore. But back in the day, they did, and it's just obvious. They did. Spartacus's bio used to be that man was nothing but muscle. They did not. Day one FGO did not give a fuck. Right? It did not give any fucks. It was just nonsense. Right? There's so many stupid things in day one FGO that don't make any goddamn sense. And then people also conflate that with the extra universe, because the extra universe is just completely different. Right? Ku in the extra universe can turn his bulg into like a skyscraper that, you know, like blows up, you know, like what? That's not something Ku can do. That's just an extra thing. And they generally explain it with the moon cell. The moon cell is nonsense. It has hacks. It lets Emiya, like, you know, trace Excalibur and use it where you normally can't do that. It lets Scath be summonable when she normally can't be summoned. You know, it makes Ku bullshit for some reason. You know, that's just like a thing, right? The extra universe, you know, justifies a lot of weird... Because basically the extra universe is trying to make... they're trying to justify gameplay, right? Because in gameplay, you gotta... Whoever you're playing as has to be able to beat anything that you fight against, right? In Extella Link, and Fate Extra... And instead of just being like, oh, it's just plot, right? They try to make reasons for it, and their reason is always the moon cell and regalias or whatever. Basically just bullshit reasons that anybody can beat anybody, right? In the extra universe, which is dumb. I don't like that they do that, but yeah, people conflate that nonsense from Fate Extra and then day one FGO, and they try to be like, oh yeah, in Fate Stay Night, Artoria's NP is sealed. It's not. Like, you can see the seals aren't there. It's got the higher rank. Nothing in Fate Stay Night in the character material book, the bios, or the story mentions that, and you obviously would have if it was a thing. And then people also conflate it with the ancient Excalibur, which we know nothing about. We don't even know who used the damn thing. But there's like some ancestor from like the way past that used some version of Excalibur, you know, to fight the White Titan. But we don't know if it's Arthur or Artoria, but it says it's like their ancestor or something. We don't know what the fuck that is, so that's like a whole different thing. But yeah, no, Artoria's NP has never been sealed in anything but FGO. But it is sealed in FGO, but you unseal it. At least to partially. They say like you've unsealed it somewhat or whatever, but then it just goes back to its normal rank. But there's just all kinds of like problems in FGO like that. It's not like Lancelot. Lancelot is so fucked up in FGO, and I didn't even think about it, I'm sure. So in Fate Zero, so this is a thing in FGO. Hey Fino, thank you for the raid, man. But in FGO, they like to have the character be represented how they were popularized, how they were introduced, right? So like if, you know, a character's from APOC, even if in APOC they were warped, that's the version they want to use in FGO, right? Hans is like warped because of CCC stuff, right? He's not normally in a child body. But because that's how people were introduced to Hans, that's how they put him in FGO. And you can see this universally with how they do stats, right? What they will normally do is like Artoria's had multiple masters, right? And things before FGO, right? You know, she had Kuretsugu, Rin, Shiro. They normally will go with like the strongest one or like the one that they kind of think represents them the best, right? Is normally what they'll do. But if you can see this clear as crystal, especially with day one FGO. If there is a character that has only ever had one master, but it was a scuffed as fuck master, that's just the stats they give them in FGO, even if you don't have a scuffed as fuck master now. They just go back and look at every stat that they've ever done for day one FGO. They universally do that. So if there's a character that that only had, like, because Lancelot only ever had a scuffed master, and they just copy paste his stats. They will not. FGO was like afraid to change anyone's stats. You know, they didn't like other, you know, books and stuff would like make things appropriate for that master and that story. FGO doesn't do that. They always just copy paste, and generally based off what's like, you know, what that thing is known from. So in Fate Zero, Lancelot is said to be, you know, his summoning was not proper because his master's shit, and he's like weaker than he should be. But they like forcibly put Manus enhancement on him, so it somewhat compensates for that. So his stats are lower than they should be, but then they're higher because of Manus enhancement. So he's kind of like breaking even, right? But they messed this up really bad in FGO, because in FGO he's not being scuffed like that, so he shouldn't have those lower stats. So then his Manus enhancement should just take him way above. You know, his stats should just be way higher, right? Should just be higher what they were in Fate Zero. And then because you know, Manus enhancement just increases your stats, when they made Saber Lancelot, they just made Saber Lancelot stats all just one stat lower than Berserker Lancelot stats, which made Saber Lancelot stats laughably low to the point where it doesn't make any sense. Like, why is Saber Lancelot stats that weak? He's so, like, pathetic. It doesn't make any sense, right? And this is just more FGO, you know, bullshit with things not making any sense because they just like every other servant, how they copy pasted their stats, you know, based off like what Master they thought was most appropriate. They just copy pasted Lancelot stats from Berserker Lancelot, and then when they later made Saber Lancelot, they just made his stats one lower because no Mantis enhancement, and that doesn't make any sense, right? They're like breaking their own rules because they're just, you know, they're not paying attention. It's just mistakes, right? Yeah, Fate is just loaded with this stuff. It's loaded with this kind of stuff. Yeah, they've never confirmed what every run Lancer coup has, but the ones that they've confirmed are he's got like a tracking one where you can find things. They're not really clear about how it works, but he's got like a tracking one. He's got one that can make fire, and he can presumably use that to imbue his weapons with fire if he wants to, because he does that in as caster coup. And he can fire fireballs, and he can also just set things on fire because he does that in Unlimited Blade Works. He's got one that boosts all of his stats and his NP ranks by 1. Natsu's been very clear about that. He has a run that just boosts his stats by 1 and boosts Bold from B+ to A+. He's like Natsu just like straight said that. And then he's what's the other one? He's got oh yeah, he's got one in this one I swear they forget about. But he's got runes infused to his armor, which I mean they're tights, but what are you gonna do here? His rubber, right? So he's got runes like carved in his armor that says that they automatically activate against like a noble phantasm, and it makes a very powerful barrier. They're very vague about it. It says it can block a great noble phantasm. What the fuck does that mean? Right? It's like, is that B rank, A+? What the fuck does that mean? Right? I swear they've literally forgotten that they said that though. But you know, that's a thing. But I think he's got 18 runs, and presumably they can be combined in different ways. So he has a lot of effects that we don't know about. Oh, and he's got the 1v1 run. He's got one where you have to stay in a certain area, and you must 1v1, and other things cannot interfere. He actually uses that one in Fate Hollow. He uses that one in Fate Hollow against Bizet. But yeah, I think there's a couple other ones they might have confirmed, but they're probably never gonna say what all of them do. Wait, what are you talking about, Fury? Which one exactly? Missed the beginning of that. Oh my god, we're getting through America, man. We're almost there. We're almost free. Land of the free, eh? But yeah, I really don't use the video games for anything, right? The video games for Fate are normally pretty stupid, and they just make up a lot of nonsense to try to justify gameplay stuff. So you always see people using like Extella Link as an example, but meanwhile people are, you know, souped up by the Moon Cell and everything else. It's like it's a terrible example. You gotta look at what's actually said in their character material books and in their bios and stuff, because that's where they put it on paper. And it's like, this is this and this is that and this is this power and that is that power. Because Excalibur has a character material section, and like we know what it got. But yeah, that fucking Artoria interlude, dude, makes everyone and their mother. I mean, go to our Discord and you can just look. You will find it. Like, if you use the search function, you can find it over and over again. You can find it in other Discords, Wiki, Reddit, YouTube. People are just convinced because of that interlude that Artoria's NP is exactly like Arthur's, when nothing suggests that in the slightest. And they don't even realize that Artoria's NP, when it's sealed in FGO, is lower ranked than it is in Fate Stay Night. Like, it's not the same. It's not like it's like it was in Fate Stay Night and then it gets stronger. Like, that does not happen. But yeah, that just comes up over and over and over. I just wasted my taunt. Yeah, it was an excuse for the interlude, pretty much. I mean, welcome to Day 1 FGO. Kind of a shit show. This turn is risky. I could die here. Well, they might try to retroactively explain it and fix it. They've done that a few times where there's some like really dumbass day one lore and they try to fix it later. But they don't need to do much because they've always had it where, like, you know, Karna's weaker, he literally doesn't work how he's supposed to. You know, Karna in the Chaldea world gets to get his armor back after using his NP. He's actually allowed to use his NP multiple times, but his NP is weaker. You know, Herc does not have God Hand. Like, all these are just how they are in the Chaldea world, where, you know, in a normal summoning and like a different timeline and stuff, that's not the case. But, you know, that stuff is lost on most people, I think. I actually hope regular Artoria gets to be in Lost Belt 6, but I don't know if she's gonna be. What do you all think? Because we know they've been so against using Artoria for anything, like literally anything, and then we know Caster Artoria is going to be there, and they might be like, oh, that's going to steal our thunder, so it might just be Caster Artoria and that's it. That's kind of lame though. I'm not even a huge Artoria fan. Like, I think she's written well, but I don't really like her, but I think she's written well, and I think she deserves better than that, right? Because, like, what the fuck? I mean, the game's been going on this long, and she's so popular, and that's just like it's Camelot, for God's sakes. So it's like, fuck. Although it's more like warped Camelot though, because now it's called, like, what was it, Avalon Lefay, or what the fuck was it? Because the name is there, and it's like it's been changed, right? And it's obviously Morgan stuff now, but yeah, Avalon Lefay. I thought it was something like that. Well, regular Artoria can't use magic because she never, like, trained in it and stuff, but Caster Artoria is not regular Artoria. She's an Artoria from, like, a different world, you know. It's not a different timeline, a different world. That's another thing where they had said, you know, way back in Fate's Day Night that Artoria cannot be summoned as anything. They would say this hard fact is Artoria cannot be summoned as anything other than Saber. And so you might ask, why do we have a million other versions of Artoria? And you can look into it, look up the bios and the character materials. They have to jump through hoops to try to line that up with what they said originally. Basically, every Artoria we see is a lot of them are like Archer Artoria is Saber Artoria. That's Saber Artoria, but her Saint Graph has been temporarily altered because summer nonsense, right? It's just regular Saber Artoria. She was summoned as Saber Artoria. It's just FGO Saber Artoria, and then something happens to her Saint Graph to make it the Archer one. It's like a modification, right? And then, like, Lancer Artoria is not Artoria. It's a different person. Just how Arthur's a different person. You know, Arthur is from a different different world, a different place altogether. And so is Lancer Artoria. Lancer Artoria and actually Arthur have a lot more in common than Artoria and Arthur do. And Castoria, I think, is the same thing pretty much. So yeah, they have to, like, jump through hoops to explain the 50,000 different versions of Artoria, but none of them are just like an inherent Artoria from the normal Fate's Day Night world that can just be summoned as that class. I don't think Mordred's going to do shit in Lost Belt 6 because although Mordred has basically never been used in a serious way, she's been used many times in FGO, and people are like, oh my god, why do they use Mordred so much? Again, Mordred has never gotten to do fucking anything in FGO, and she normally is just like a afterthought, doesn't say a damn thing, or just dies in 2 seconds. But I don't think there's any chance of. I think Mordred will either already be dead, have never existed. I'm super confident we're not going to see shit from Mordred in Lost Belt 6. I hope I'm wrong, but I see almost no chance of seeing any Mordred. I think you're going to see barely any Camelot stuff. I think it's going to be all. You're going to get like Morgan and maybe a Knight of the Round, maybe 2, but it's going to be mostly fairy nonsense and other legends from the region and other things that have nothing to do with the region and that kind of thing. And then obviously Caster Artoria, but I don't think you're going to get any regular Artoria. I don't think you're going to get any Gawain. Maybe they existed in that world at some point, but they're like, oh, they died to this or that. Oh, Gawain lost to this thing or that thing. It's going to be a bunch of that. I would be super shocked if Mordred was in it at all, And if she got any kind of spotlight, because she never gets a spotlight. Now maybe they'd use an alternate Mordred, like, you know, Lancer Mordred or Berserker Mordred or something. That might happen, but regular Mordred, no way. And I think it's a shame because we literally never get regular Mordred to do anything. But yeah, I think that's just gonna continue. So maybe you'll get like an adult Mordred or something. That might happen. I kind of doubt it though. I think they're going to focus on, you know, Morgan and fairy stuff and other wacky nonsense. Because like nothing about the Lost Belt 6 stuff that they've shown really looks like it's going to be, you know, lots of classic Camelot stuff. Like not at all. Quite the opposite, really. And this is something Nasu said many years ago, so their stance on this may have changed. But Nasu did not want to use Fates Stay Night characters in a meaningful way. And at the time, now this was before Nasu got heavily involved in FGO. And I think, you know, the reason he gave was because they've already had their screen time and you know, we should focus on other things. But I think the reason why he felt that way at the time was because Nasu didn't like mobile games, and he wasn't really happy that FGO was in the state that it was. And he said this a long time ago, he did not want Type Moon fans to feel like they needed to play FGO. So he didn't want FGO to have anything like important in it. And that's why all the early stories are just stupid shit. That are like, you know, it just doesn't matter. It has no impact on anything. It's all self-contained, you know, drivel. And that's obviously changed because now Type Moon's more involved and, you know, the game's exploded and you know, money. But yeah, back then he said he did not want the Fates of Night characters like doing anything. But yeah, now that was so long ago and things have changed, so maybe, you know, they'll change on that. But I don't know, they've any chance they've gotten to use Fates of Night characters in their original form in the main story, they don't. They always do like, oh, it's Castraku, oh, it's Kid Medusa, oh, it's Castor Gilgamesh, right? They always do that instead. The only exception, I guess, is Archer Guild because he's been in it a little bit, like, I mean, barely any, but a little bit. But that was kind of inevitable, and they probably felt like the, you know, Guild didn't have as much, you know, a lot of people haven't seen Guild in his more normal state, so I guess they were more okay with that. But yeah, I'm not happy about that. I think people want to see, the old mixed with the new, and they don't want to see new and new, or old and old. You know, that's like half the fun of it is like, oh, how is this new thing going to interact with that other thing, and blah, 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 blah. You know, when something is relevant or interesting, they want to see it, so. Yeah, I don't like them going so far out of their way to never use Fates Stay Night stuff. Well, Human Nero is like powered by a Grail, if I remember correctly, so that's how they always explain that stuff. And also canonically, she's being helped by MASH and, you know, you're dumbass and that kind of thing. It still doesn't make any fucking sense, but I mean, welcome to FGO. Yep, I know, it sucks. We'll probably never get normal Medusa because they're always focusing on every other version of Medusa, so kinda lame. Septim is, you know, it's just like, you know, all those interlude stuff make no sense. The day one stories don't make any fucking sense either, so. Septim was just so much. Nero's awesome, right? I cannot believe we are still in America. We did this for a long time yesterday, and I did it for a long time off stream, and we've been doing this for 4 fucking hours. Anyone else want to tell me America's not a long singularity? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, this is so much longer than every fucking singularity leading up to it. It's not even comparable. Well, hi, Beowulf. Gotta walk across continent, man. Yep. Yeah, there's tons of fights, just too bad it's all boring trash mob drivel. Hey, look! It's this hand again! Awesome! Oh wait, no, we got, excuse me, we got a Beowulf card. I thought we had none, but we got the Beowulf sneaking in there. Probably should have done Art Buster quick, because getting my NP is about all that matters, but whatever. I kind of just want to kill Mev, so... So we have no NP charge on death, so that kind of slows us down a bit. I hope he casts protection from arrows so I can sure hit. As tempting as the Buster Chain is, I think we just do that. Try to get our NP here. That's pretty satisfying. Didn't even cast protection from arrows. He knew it was pointless. And by that I mean RNG is a bitch. Why are we rioting today? Man, our NP without the attack up and NP up, that's enough. Yeah, the thing is, it was Jerusalem. That's the thing. Camelot in FGO is Jerusalem. It's just the city Camelot gets summoned into it, right? And it's kind of the dominating force, so they call it that. But I mean, I've seen people say that they don't want to see Camelot in Lost Belt 6. We already had Camelot. It's like, no, we didn't. We had Jerusalem, right? Like, what are you talking about? That literally is not what the singularity of Camelot is. But yeah, it is Jerusalem, and then you get, you know, Pharaoh nonsense in there, and you get not just the Camelot city summoned in there, but you get the Lantoria's version of it, which is completely different, right? It's this whole thing. That is one of the most whack singularities ever. It's got like a million things slapped into one place. But all of the Crusaders and stuff are killed before. There's like a big war that happens, and it all goes down before you show up. And at regular FGO, you know, Lantoria's forces win. And I'm not really sure what happens in Arcade. It's either Lantoria's forces never arrive, or they're like not as strong and they lose, or something. I'm not really sure how exactly it works, but the Crusaders are not killed like they normally are. This is the last chapter. We're definitely gonna have to do Gawain tomorrow, though. I hate this, man. It's so boring. I want to do fun things, and this is just so. You know what? I'm gonna give me a second. I need to switch around some stuff on my main account here. This is what I'm about to do is completely unnecessary, but I don't care. It's not necessary from a gameplay perspective, but it's necessary for other reasons. How about the music's looping again? Oh my god. Hold on, let me try to fix it anyway. Why must the command code UI be so bad? Like, imagine if it was good instead. Wouldn't that be swell? Like, it was smooth and fast, and you could switch from one server to the other, and like they had good categories for like filtering. You could find things quickly. And that'd be great. You know, put things in columns instead of having to like click a fucking filter and then like I can't. Their filter system is so bad. It's painful. Like, never mind for command codes, just like everything. Anytime they use a filter in this game, it's so bad. Amateur. I love how Imperial Privileges tooltip is like lying to you. Okay. Doing the obvious. These are not necessarily the best command codes ever, but we don't even need them, so. Oh yeah, we don't have Atlas. Well, that'll make it a bit spicier. I don't think it's gonna really matter, but I'm gonna try to. Do you think day one they thought people were so stupid that the RNG chance to apply attack up, defense up, and heal, people would just think, oh, that's just a random effect it procced? Like, do you think that's what they thought? Because, oh my god, like, they always try to hide those kind of under the hood things too, dude. Like, in JP fighting games, they would try to hide frame data and things like that. It's just, god, dude. Like, get with the times, man! Oh yeah, the demon pillar version of Aussie is weaker than regular Aussie. Now I don't think FGO Aussie, just like I've been describing this so much this stream. You know, Karna is way weaker, Herc is way weaker, and you know all these things. You know, Aussie's in the same camp if I remember correctly, where he's also much weaker. So in FGO he may not be weaker in his demon form, but yeah, his regular form is a lot stronger than the demon pillar form. It's not even comparable. Why is this happening so much? Trying to make it more interesting, I suppose. Another example, though, of like them not. There's no way the fake Richard, which is like, was it Jock or something? I don't know, it was the last Grand Crusader, but there's no way they actually had intended for him to have been what was there initially, because like it doesn't even make sense. Like nothing they said in the original Camelot Zero makes any sense with what has now been shown in FGO Arcade. Now that they've flushed it out, they're not compatible anymore, right? Like, how is him and all of his, because I think George was with him and everything. How is the only one that died on Lantoria's side Gareth? That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, there's just, and I guess, and like what they might, how they would try to justify it's like, oh yeah, but a lot of Camelot knights died, right? The generic ones or something, or maybe some of the other knights, you know, that we didn't tell you about were there and they died too, right? But like, it's just dumb, right? That's what happens when you don't plan things out and then you add on to it later, right? You tack shit on. Okay, the real fight with Q alters later. He has like 400k later or something. I don't think I even need my NP, but I guess I'll grab it just because it's stylish. Wait, really? Regular Medusa is an arcade? That's so not fair. That is so not fair. They like refuse to ever use regular stuff in regular FGO, and fucking arcade gets Medusa. This is. Can we get a console? Can we like change the business model and put it on console and PC now? Like, can we just do that, please? We'll like 3v3 against, you know, we'll have a community thing. You know, I'm sure we can get people from chat, and we'll fight each other. It'll be great. We're about to do some serious overkill. Izo's there? What? Yeah, it's impossible to have Arcade's business model on PC and console. It just wouldn't work. And almost all, I mean, really all arcade games, that when they decide to give them a console home version, they always change the business model. It's just suicide not to. I mean, I don't know why you would ask, why is Izo related to Jerusalem? Because why is Q-Alter related to America? The shit never makes any sense. Why is William Tell in India, like whenever their caste choices made any sense ever, right? Like aside from, you know, China, Japan, and Greece, it's like they're spinning you know, the wheel of fortune here. You know, oh man, look at, I was gonna summon this, but we don't get the NP upgrade yet. I was like, we don't have to do coup for every one of these. We could save coup for the last one. Let's see if Gil can do it. He's got no survivability, but I mean, it's Gil. Yeah, France is actually better than a lot of the early stuff. Yeah, I don't really know much about what's going on in Arcade right now. I need to check it out. Sounds cool. Yeah, that's the one bit of good writing in early FGO is Mozart and Mesh talking. That's like, it's one of the only normal like visual novel scenes where it's just story stuff and not LOL an excuse to fight a chimera, right? But yeah, that's still a really good scene, and it's like actual character development for Mesh. It's important and whatnot. But yeah, most early FGO stuff is not that. You know, I haven't used Gilgamesh in some time, and he's pretty cool, man. He's firing bullshit out of Gate of Babylon. It's pretty satisfying. Didn't really need Golden Rule, but we're not gonna need it later, so. Yeah, a remake of Orleans would be awesome. I think Orleans is definitely the best early FGO story. It has a good premise, decent cast, a few moments of writing that make, you know, sense, for God's sakes. So for just style factor, I'm doing the Buster cards first. I'm pretty sure we're gonna kill. Yeah, he's dead. We need more David. We need more David. Oh my god. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. That's his balanced beam. By the way, it has all the benefits of being an AoE. So, you know, that's fair. Yeah, it's a pretty cool NP. So Gilgamesh, because he's Gilgamesh, now they may change this later, but Gilgamesh is not nerfed like all the other servants are by Chaldia, because of the way Gate of Babylon works. Like, you know, Gilgamesh, maybe you can't summon his stats quite right or whatever, but all Guild needs is Gate of Babylon, and it gives Gate of Babylon's treasury is not tied to the summoning system that summons him. It's because they're not copies. They're not made out of mana. The summoning system does not have to create his stuff because they're real. They're just, when he pulls out a weapon out of Gate, that's the actual physical thing, right? And so it's unaffected by, you know, any of the other nonsense that normally affects servants. And so he gets to just be ludicrously, you know, OP when you know, Karnak has to be weaker than normal and Herc has to be weaker than normal. Where Gil doesn't, and that's why they always come up with stupid excuses for why Gil doesn't get used for anything. The Lost Belt, the reason why you can't use Gil in the Lost Belts is hilariously stupid. But I mean, I don't care. I don't really need Gil in the Lost Belts because that would obviously run everything. But it is pretty funny because he's so busted. They have to like jump through hoops to, and that's why, you know, Archer Gil's not in Babylonia until the very end. Buff Gil's NP again. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him at this point. Alright, I think this is the last fight with him, and then it's the Demon Pillar, so we'll do the classic here. The thing is, if they put Gilgamesh in a Lost Belt, they would contrive a reason for him not to run it, because they don't want this story to be like, oh, and it's over. They're not going to do that. They will not put a story out like that. So if they had to use Gilgamesh, they would do some bullshit. So it's kind of better that they just don't. And they're just like, yeah, no one had a perception of a servant that strong in this timeline, so it can't be summoned or. Yeah, it's some, that was pretty dumb, but, you know, whatever. I would have preferred they just not mention it and just don't ever summon Gil, and that's good enough, but... Hard to say, Zeus is, in the Lost Belts, is way stronger than normal, and his NPs and stuff are pretty wild. I feel like it'd be similar to Tiamat, where any chance you'd have of winning would mean he'd have to use Aya at a level that would kill everyone, and he won't do that, so it'd be a problem. Like, if they could go fight in space, Gil might be able to win. But if they fought on Earth, I feel like Gil's going to basically have to hold back, so he doesn't just blow everything up, and I'm not sure he could win if he had to do that. Hard to say, though, because, you know, Gil's got all kinds of weird hacks, bullshit, but Zeus is way stronger than most things. And you got, you know, the devil in the details, like how this ability works against that ability and everything, but, you know, Zeus has got an anti-solar system, Noble Phantasm, for God's sakes. He's Cell, right? He's Cell from Dragon Ball Z, his solar thingy. That's the technical Dragon Ball Z term for Cell's ultimate attack, is solar thingy. I think we might even see Tiamat in Lost Belt 7 or whatever comes after it. They've hinted a lot that Tiamat could come back. I mean, they've always implied that, like, her beast version is not necessarily her proper version, and she does actually want to help humanity and those kinds of things. And she's the one that sealed herself to try to, you know, prevent herself from going out of control and everything. So they might. I could definitely see it happening. I think it would depend. I am kind of leaning towards Zeus, but okay, I can say pretty safely, and this is a fact of what they've said. If it was regular Zeus, Tiamat would win. They've just said that Tiamat is stronger than all regular gods, because she's a primordial goddess. And they say a primordial god or goddess is just stronger than a god or a goddess. They're just their quality is just way higher. However, Zeus in Lost Belt 5 has like ascended beyond what he normally would be, because he's basically taken over the other gods and stuff, and so he's a lot stronger than normal. So that version of Zeus versus Tiamat, it's kind of up in the air. I'm not really sure, to be honest. We don't know enough about like some of the details on their abilities, so it's kind of hard to say. Now, if they weren't on Earth, Zeus would win, hands down, just easy. That's that. Or if they were in the underworld and stuff. Because you got to remember, we never even scratched the surface of how broken Tiamat was. Because to be clear, no one ever even harmed her when she was on Earth. She wasn't at full power. Nothing ever even phased her. She didn't give a fuck, right? In the anime, they try to make it seem like Quetz does, but that doesn't actually happen in the story. Quetz does no damage to her in the slightest, and that's that. And Tiamat wasn't even at full power yet. Tiamat is just ludicrously powerful on Earth. When you fight her, not only are you being buffed out to wazoo, and you have the help of fucking Gilgamesh and King Asan, and I gotta stress this one, Merlin, and all this nonsense. Tiamat is being nerfed because she's not on Earth anymore. She's in the underworld. So Tiamat is weaker than she's supposed to be. You are much stronger than you're supposed to be, and you've got some of the strongest bullshit on your side, and it's still pretty tough, right? So Tiamat is quite something, right? And again, that's her being nerfed. Her being nerfed, if you think about it, it's pretty on par with what you used to beat Zeus, right? You've got, well, I will say this is a pretty big one. You've got Mars, who's being like buffed by Romulus. So I mean that really is no joke. I mean, you clearly would not be able to beat Zeus without the help of Mars, canonically. Like, no way. But yeah, you got fucking Mars on your side. That's a pretty big one. You got Canis, who her Saint Graph is fairly far advanced. You know, she's not a full god yet, but she's, pretty fucking strong. You've got Romulus, obviously, and he's in a grand container instead of a regular container, so he's way stronger than normal, so that's a big one. Let's see, who else is there? I think Sherlock is there, Mash is there, Musashi is there. So yeah, I mean, your fighting force there is quite something, because, I mean, you have Mars, not like pseudo Mars, you have in the flesh, or in the robot, Mars, right, and Grand Lancer Romulus. He's not in his normal Lancer self, he's a Grand Container right there. And then yeah, Musashi and Canis, and Canis is, like I said, is pretty far along and stuff. So that is a hell of a fighting force. And you got Black Barrel and all this nonsense, right? And it's still implied to be, very difficult fight. So with Tiamat, though, you've got Merlin's buffs, and I will say that is something. That's quite a thing. You've got Gramps, King Asan. You've got Ereshkigal helping you to some extent. The Underworld's nerfing Tiamat. You've got Mash. You've got Gilgamesh. What else do we got here? I will say, I think your fighting force probably, well, no, it's hard to say. It's fucked. They're both fucked, right? Oh yeah, Ishtar's there, right? She's so forgettable. But yeah, I'd say your fighting force in both of those is pretty nuts. They're both pretty nuts. Probably a bit stronger against Tiamat though, especially because of Merlin and Gilgamesh and not being on Earth. But if you were on Earth, you wouldn't have won. I mean, if you were on Earth, you would not have won against Tiamat. So yeah, I don't know. It's really hard though to compare because again, Zeus has got that anti-solar system NP and everything. So I don't know who's stronger between Tiamat and Zeus. They're both pretty crazy. Yeah, Chaos one-shots Mars. That's another reason I am starting to lean towards Tiamat. I think on Earth, I think Tiamat would win. Because again, you never saw Tiamat in her final form on Earth. You only saw it in the Underworld. So if she was on Earth, I mean, she would just be so much stronger. I mean, she is so much stronger on Earth than she is in the Underworld. And you use so much stuff to barely beat her in the Underworld. I am leaning towards Tiamat over Zeus. And that makes sense. She's a primordial goddess, and Zeus isn't. Even though he is going beyond what he normally is, they just straight up say primordial beings are just way stronger than regular gods and goddesses. And another reason I'm kind of leaning towards this is because Chaos is a primordial being. And Chaos one-shots Mars like he's nothing. And because Chaos is a primordial being and Tiamat is a primordial being, I think if Tiamat is in her prime and she's on Earth, I think she's probably stronger than Zeus at that point. And that's definitely in line with what they said about her in Babylonia. I mean, she's a primordial goddess. She is just way ahead of a normal thing. And again, if it's regular Zeus, no question. There's just in stone, they just say she's stronger. But Zeus does get a lot stronger in Lost Belt 5 than he normally is. So it is a little hard to call. But yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards Tiamat more now that I think about it. Especially because of Chaos. That just kind of sells it for me. It's a shame we never really got to see Tiamat in her full power and whatnot, so we don't really know what she can do. But I will say we do know for a fact that Zeus's stuff would be less effective on her because the Olympians were accepted into like human history, even though they're not from Earth and all that. So Tiamat's stuff where she takes less damage from things from human history and everything would work. So that is a thing. I agree, El. I agree. I think a lot of people wouldn't see it that way, but a lot of historians actually agree with that. Chaos represents Chaos, you know, wow. Guys, I won the internet. There you go. There's your insightful thought from Green. We've learned things. Chaos from Greek mythology represents chaos. My job is done. Anyway, but Tiamat also in a lot of the ancient stuff is kind of a representation of chaos and how like order fought against chaos to kind of make civilization and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of people do think primordial chaos from Greek mythology is derivative of Tiamat and Abazu. Abazu, I think I'd say it. Anyway, so yeah, in Fate that would mean Tiamat would generally be stronger, so that wouldn't surprise me. Can we get Abzu in Fate? They've mentioned him several times, and he's like the other half to Tiamat. I guess that's one way, though, if they wanted to, they could justify Tiamat being potentially weaker than Chaos, is if Tiamat's considered like half of it, right? Because Abzu's the other half, right? So if they wanted to, they could kind of bullshit it that way. Although you could say it's the same thing about Chaos, though, because it's supposed to be like Chaos and Gaia, and all that, so... that wouldn't really make any sense. Although a lot of things in Fate don't make sense, so... Wonder if I can one-turn him here if I get a lucky crit. Sometimes Type Moon and Fate Riders, sometimes they do a lot of research, and I mean, sometimes they impress the shit out of me with the effort they put into it. Never mind, I don't even need to crit. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do, like Robin. They did so much research on Robin Hood, and I'm just like, you know, good job, guys. You know, sometimes they just knock it out of the park, but holy shit, sometimes they phone it in and just do such a sloppy crap job, and it's just sad, right? So the variance is real. I wonder if I already missed the Tesla bomb. At some point, Tesla just wrecks like all of the Demon Pillars here. It's pretty great. Okay, what? I don't even remember what the Demon Pillar here is. Well, let's find out if, what do we want to try? I want to try something maybe different. Let's try Pinth. Just level 80 Pinth. No command codes, which will be kind of nasty, but it's just America, so. My only concern is if my taunt walls don't die. That is not Pinth. That is Beowulf. Imagine Beowulf with a Pinth like wig. Oh man, and we don't have Anniversary Blonde yet. Because there's no point in buying it until I get this one to rank 10, right? I gotta get that one to 10 first. The thing is, different writers, you know, write different characters, so the research is kind of all over the place. $419K though. I have no idea how its class thing works. I don't remember. I like our opening hand. Oh yeah, the NA player base. The NA player base is really small compared to the JP1 anyway, and then it's even smaller the amount of people that, you know, are English speaking and whatnot, and then play the Japanese server instead. That's even smaller, so. Why though? Imagine doing that with your turn. Ide has trouble with everything. Man, if we didn't have a taunt up there, he could keep attacking, and if he crit again, we would die. If we had Anniversary Blonde, I'd be pretty confident that we were gonna win. But because we don't, I don't know. No Achilles part. Oh, got a crit though. I think we're fine. Look at this man. Look at this man. Look at it. I mean, to be fair, if the enemy has evade, why bother attacking? Yes, APOC Jack. Like, look, if you look at Fate Strange Fake Jack, a lot of really good references to what's actually going on with our knowledge of Jack the Ripper and everything. And then, yeah, then you look at APOC and it's like, oh my god. Yeah, that's a really good example right there. That's kind of why, though, when they actually got around to making APOC a full story, they made that Jack the Ripper not really Jack the Ripper. Like, I'm quite sure when they initially designed that, that was not their intention, but I think they changed that later. It's over. I cannot believe how long that took. That was so boring. Like, my god. Okay. So as much as I'd like to fight Gawain, we're gonna have to do it next stream. What I will try to do is before I stream tomorrow, I will try to get to Gawain. Or maybe the Giant Ghost right before him if we want to, like, I don't know, do Penth against the Giant Ghost. I don't know if that really matters, though. But we'll try to get to Gawain. And then tomorrow, we can test a bunch of stuff against, unless we want to, like, do random solos along the way. Like, fight, because some of the stages before Gawain are still, you know, worth something. And you can have some fun with them, especially at neutral. So, I'll leave it up to you, chat. What do you want? Do you want me to get to Gawain? Or do you want to just go through all of Camelot, you know, up to Gawain tomorrow? Because, I'm fine either way. Because you got the Sphinxes and all those, and 100 Face and Nito, all those fights. All of it? I don't mind doing all of it. That's kind of, yeah, alright, that seems most people want all of it. I'm alright with that, like, why not? You know, why not? Just, you just show off more units that way. But yeah, we'll do a lot of neutral classes against Gawain. What I'll do is we'll remove everyone from my friends list, and then we'll add people that send invites, and then I'll slot my own stuff that I want to test against Gawain, and I'm excited. We're just going to stay at Gawain for a while, until I have like the need of making that Artoria video. There's really no reason to, or Lantoria video, there's really no reason to go beyond Gawain, so we can kind of just keep that around when we're wanting to mess around. Alright, lads, thank you for hanging out. Let's pass the raid on, because holy crap, is it late. I cannot believe we streamed that for several hours yesterday. I played it quite a bit off stream, and then we streamed it for 4.5 hours, and we just now got through America. It's like, if I could skip a singularity, it would be that one. That is just so long. Like, oh my god. And it's right before the good shit. That's what really sucks about it, is it's right before when stuff gets good. Okay, not Zogan is playing some FGO. We've rated him before, so looks like he's doing the challenge quest. Oh, on an A. That one's not too bad. I don't remember it super well though, to be honest. But oh, is Toho streaming? I didn't even see it. I mean, he's a big boy. He don't need our he doesn't need our raids. Anyway, lads, I will see you tomorrow. I think. Yeah, I think I can stream tomorrow, and yeah, we'll do Gawain then. Peace.